And the better qualities.
Manufactured locally for the Carolinas. This is the Rob Brown Show.
Good morning.
Lonzo is a superstar.
I'm a winner. I know how to win.
I am the hype. Ladies and gentlemen, it is Thursday. Super Bowl week underway. Welcome in. The Rob Brown Show is on your radio. It's the Fan Upstate. How do you do, Upstate South Carolina? Hello, America. What up, world? 6 a.m. The foremost electrifying hours of sports talk, entertainment you're going to find anywhere this early in the morning starts right now. Great to be with you. Hope you are well. I am Rob Brown, the great one, Lonzo, on the other side of the metaphorical glass this AM, and we are diving into it today. Getting into it today. We've been into it all week long. We're going to stay into it all week long. However, we got a lot we got to get to. The NBA was ridiculous last night. Jimmy Butler's a warrior now. No, like we knew Jimmy Butler was going somewhere. A lot of people thought it was going to end up being the Phoenix Suns as they were making a push, having some conversations with Miami over the past couple of days. But alas, he ends up with Steph Curry and the Dubs in return for Andrew Wiggins, Kyle Anderson, PJ Tucker all on the move. And that's a big get for Golden State. They have missed a little bit of firepower. Draymond Green's still on that team, but he ain't the biggest offensive threat in the world. Now they have that with Jimmy Buckets, with playoff Jimmy, with Fallout Boy.
Nope.
Version of Jimmy Butler.
Nope.
Steph's got his compliment now.
Nope.
A compliment he did not have when he just had Draymond. Now he's got that. I mean, you can feel that way. And I get it. You can feel that way, and I understand it. God, that's annoying. How do y'all do it?
That last part was my favorite.
God,
part.
that's annoying. You can feel that way, faux show.
Listen, it's too little, too late. Golden State's done. You were just talking about the other day how about, Jimmy Butler was diminishing. And, as he's getting older, he's not this. They got a haul for him, though, didn't they?
Miami?
Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, none of what they got was Jimmy Butler.
True, but they got rid of a headache. And
they did get rid of a headache.
And probably got rid of a really big salary.
They did get rid of a headache. Jimmy Butler had obviously been problematic for the Miami Heat for a hot minute, and really over the last however long.
Draymond and Jimmy Butler, are they going to get along, you think?
Yeah, because again, like if you go back into the history of Jimmy Butler, he hasn't really been a problem until this year. Jimmy Butler has kind of been when we talk Heat culture, because that's a big thing that's jumped out about the NBA in the last couple of years, is this concept of Heat culture. When you talk Heat culture, I would make the argument that Jimmy Butler was kind of the central piece of that. It was Pat Riley as the executive and Jimmy Buckets as the player that were kind of what people considered to be Heat culture.
How does he exist knowing he was second choice, knowing that Kevin Durant said, nah, I'm not going back there. And so then they decided to go get Jimmy Butler.
I mean, I don't know.
Does Jimmy Butler know he's not Kevin Durant?
I'm going to tell you, playoff Jimmy Butler kind of is Kevin Durant. Regular season, Jimmy Butler's not. And the only reason that this concerns me is if Jimmy Butler isn't phenomenal in the regular season. If Jimmy Butler's not phenomenal in the regular season, the Dubs are probably fighting for the last playoff spot, for the last wild card spot. And I think that could be a kind of interesting for this team. Can they be a team that goes on the road and wins every series of the playoffs? But I also point out that if you're going to ask me that, I would rather have this iteration of the Dubs with Jimmy Buckets on it and have to go on the road every series than not have Jimmy Butler and be the home team every series, because this Golden State team sans Jimmy Buckets, frankly, ain't it.
So who's the guy, Jimmy Butler or Steph?
Yes. They're playing two different games, right? Like, I think you have I am not in the school of thought that Luka and LeBron can't work together. Chuck Barkley's on that school of thought. There's a bunch of NBA guys that have been coming out and they go, well, if you really dive into the game of LeBron, if you really dive into the game of Luka Doncic, the Mavs actually won this trade. They got an all-NBA player in Anthony Davis. Luka Doncic clearly was not taking it seriously. Yada, yada. I don't subscribe to that. I think these are two of the best basketball players on planet Earth, and the best basketball players on planet Earth figure out how to mesh their games. I do feel that way about Steph and Jimmy Butler, and the difference is Jimmy Butler and the way that he plays, which is a slash and drive scorer who can put the ball on the ground, versus Steph Curry, who this year predominantly has had to do a lot more dribble drive penetration, which I don't want that out of my point guard. And yes, while he is the greatest shooter in the history of the NBA, he's still a point guard. I think Jimmy Butler fits into the Warriors as well as anybody who has been traded before the 3 p.m. deadline today. I genuinely love this trade for the Golden State Warriors. And I understand you had to give up a couple of pieces to get Jimmy Butler, but I think I can get 38, 39 minutes a night out of Jimmy Butler, and every minute that Jimmy Buckets is on the floor opens up for Steph Curry. If you do not shade to Jimmy Buckets, the minute that Steph Curry puts that ball in his hand, Jimmy Butler's the biggest threat in the NBA. Versus what they have now, which is teams have kind of been able to force the defense to Steph Curry wherever he is, with or without the ball. And Steph's, I don't have the research, I don't have the numbers on this. I'd like to get them. I'll probably work on them this afternoon just because I'm curious about it. I'd be willing to bet, no empirical proof, just watching Dubs games this year, I'd be willing to bet that more of Steph Curry's three-point shots have been under duress this year than maybe at any point in his career, because they're not afraid of anybody else. There's not been anybody else to make you afraid. And so effectively I can say, look, when Steph brings the ball up the floor, I want somebody shaded. If it's man, I want a second man shaded over, whoever is the next closest shade over. And if Steph Curry is off the ball, then just kind of drag the defense over in that direction. And we can get into a spot where we are hustling Steph Curry, where we are pushing Steph Curry, where we are rushing Steph Curry. And while he is absolutely adept at getting the ball out under duress, man, any shooter's better without pressure on him. And if I got Jimmy Bucket as my swing man now, Steph Curry brings the ball up the floor. Jimmy Butler's over, free throw line extended, maybe down in the corner. If Steph Curry works that way and you shade a defender up to Steph Curry, Jimmy Bucket's like a heat seeker going right to the iron. And if I can get that guy unopposed on a direct line to the basket, Steph Curry's going to find him for an easy dunk, easy layup, easy mid-ranger, easy pull-up, easy bunny. Like, it's right there. So I think this trade is fantastic. The Warriors, as Lonzo pointed out, the Warriors did want Kevin Durant, and they weren't the only ones. Apparently, there have been a couple of teams that called the Suns asking if Durant might be available, and the Suns, for the record, haven't said no. Kevin Durant said no. Kevin Durant told the Warriors, I'm not really interested in coming back. And we don't know why. There may be some front office drama. Maybe he just doesn't like Steve Kerr. Maybe he doesn't want to share the spotlight with Steph. I don't know what the reason is. But Kevin Durant told the Dubs, I don't want back. I'm good. So they made the next move, which was Jimmy Butler.
Didn't he have problems with Draymond Green, if I recall?
Who doesn't?
Yeah, so maybe it's Draymond keeping him away.
Who didn't
Or
doesn't?
maybe he's trying to get away from what's the truth, that he went there to win a championship because he couldn't win one on his own. So if he goes back there, it adds to it.
I mean, look, I think there's a 1,000 possibilities as to why this played out the way this played out. Why Kevin Durant said no and why it ended up being Jimmy Buckets. What I will say is this. If the Dubs can't get Kevin Durant, Jimmy Buckets is a real good number 2. I don't disagree. I'd rather have Kevin Durant. I'd rather have KD. And I think most of you know how I feel about Kevin Durant. All right. I don't think Kevin Durant can help but to be the drama. You know how most of you, I think, know how I feel about him. Kevin Durant's still one of the best 4 players in the NBA, 5 players in the NBA. Kevin Durant's a threat from all 5 spots on the floor. Not as much a 5, but still a threat from anywhere on the floor. Jimmy Butler's postseason runs with the Heat have been not much short of iconic in the playoffs. Again, I think Jimmy Butler's going to have to figure out exactly how in the hell he can take that, transpose that into the regular season and give me those same numbers. But if he can, I think that I think the Dubs are, I don't want to say they're back in contention, but I think they're right back in contention. You know who else looked really good last night? De'Aaron Fox, 24 points in his debut for the San Antonio Spurs, along with Victor Wembanyama. They were over in Atlanta. I got to tell you, Zoe, I said the day that trade got made, and I say it again after what I saw last night, Fox and Wembanyama combined for 48 points. I'm doing this off my head. 48 points, I think like 17 boards and almost 20 assists. That duo is going to be deadly. We got a little situation brewing at the crib that's kind of preventing me from leaving town. Fine, little family issue we're taking care of. And I can't really leave town. But I got to tell you, and this has only happened 5 or 6 times since I moved here. And I've only actually gotten in the car and done the thing 2 or 3. I was very tempted to drive to Atlanta last night and watch Hawks Spurs. I was real tempted last night. It got to be about 4 o'clock in the afternoon yesterday. Our buddy Joey B, who works a couple of days a week over in the ATL, Joey B texted me. He's like, hey, AEW's in town, but so are the Spurs. Do I go watch Hawks Spurs or do I go to AEW? And I was like, I got to tell you, man, like, I think I'd go Spurs Hawks. Get a chance to watch the alien, get a chance to watch his first game with De'Aaron Fox. I think this team is going to be good down the line. I might go Spurs Hawks. And the more I sat there talking to Joey B about whether he goes to AEW with Spurs Hawks, I was real close to being like, dude, you know what? Snag me a ticket. I'm on the way.
All right. I don't want to poo-poo anything because that's just not my style.
Poo-poo away.
But it's the number 8 team versus the number 12 team. Spurs are 12th. In the conference right now.
Correct, but the Spurs just got De'Aaron Fox.
Is it going to make that much of a difference?
Yep.
They're going to make the playoffs now.
I would not be shocked to see them as the final wildcard team in the West. No, I really think they can be, pending obviously injury or whatever to these 2 guys. I watched this game, 126-125 winners over the Hawks last night. I watched about 30 minutes of that game. That is going to be a terrifying 1-2 duo for the league. I'll tell you what I saw last night. I actually thought about you, Zoe, last night while I was checking in on this game.
I apologize.
It's okay. It's worth it. At least in this regard. It was worth it. I thought about you because there was a point in the 3rd quarter, maybe late 3rd quarter, when Wemby and Fox were on the floor together and they ran a little give and go game. And Fox brought the ball down, kicked it to Wemby. Defense collapsed around Wemby, who all year long, Wemby's still putting up that shot. Why not? He's 7'14". He's just a force. He ain't thick, but he got the height. Ordinarily puts up that shot. And the defense knows that. Defense collapses around Wemby. The Hawks defense collapses around Wemby. Wemby gives like a little shoulder turn, right? Like he's going to spin to the inside. Gives a little shoulder turn. Both defenders go that way. He turns around, kicks it out to De'Aaron Fox. Fox takes like 2 dribbles in, lifts up from the elbow, knocks it down. And they turn the camera to the sideline, and there's Pops with full Pops face on. But he does that little smirk. Like just that little smile of like, I can't let you know that I'm happy because it would ruin my grumpy old man character that I've been putting on for years. But I can't help but smile at this. And I got it.
Okay, by your description, that's a snotty old man going, I'm better than you. I just proved it. It's I doubt it's a smile of happiness.
Greg
Popovich. It's a smile of I outcoached you on that.
Greg Popovich on the sideline could donate $1 million to an orphanage while petting 2 puppies, and Lonzo would say, oh, he's just trying to cover it up. Trying to cover up he's a grumpy, angry old man. I mean, maybe he is. Maybe he is. I think Pops looked and he went.
Try to make amends near the end because you think it'll help you get somewhere when you're done. I don't know. Maybe. I don't know.
I think Pops was just kind of giving that smile of, you are in trouble now.
That was my point. That's exactly what I said.
The rest of you sons are in trouble now. And I am here for it. I am subscribed to it. I am ready for it.
All right. I'm not rooting against the Spurs, but I'm rooting against him. So I don't want you to be wrong. I do, but I just don't want him to win. I don't like the guy. Are you testing it or are you just?
Yeah, it's like, I don't know why it's so quiet. Why is it so faded off in the background?
Volume down a little. My bad.
No. There's something going on. Oh, God. There it is.
Told you I had the volume down.
No, there's something going on with my computer the last couple of days. We're gonna figure it out. Okay.
What's that first thing? It's some sort of.
That's the. I changed the volume on my computer sounder.
Oh, okay.
That's here is how loud your computer is now. That's what that is. And this is Greg Popovich talking to all you sons of. Because he's got a dog now. Sorry. He's got a fox now. It's the Aaron Fox. It's the Aaron Fox.
Nobody's perfect, but I am very, very close.
All right, we got a lot to get to. A lot more on the NBA as we had a bunch of trades go down. Trade deadline today at 3 p.m. We'll address the rest of those. The Pelicans sending Brandon Ingram up to Toronto. And other moves, plus obviously a bunch more NFL. I have given you 4 of my 6 keys to the Super Bowl. I will give you the other 2 later in the show. Lulu Kesson at 8 o'clock to talk Gamecocks. Rashad Beer got to move to tomorrow. He swears it's the last time. I'll believe him next week. Hayden Ask Mario at 9. Fight Club at 9:20. All that more coming up on the Rob Brown Show in the Fan Upstate. Now I have to go find CRV.
Creepy weather guy.
Carolina's most trusted forecast on the Fan Upstate. Gradually decreasing cloud cover today, highs in the mid-70s. A chance for showers tonight and Friday, for tonight 58, Friday 74. An early day shower possible Saturday mid-60s, Sunday mid-70s. I'm meteorologist Michael Carroll on the Fan Upstate. Right now it's 50 degrees.
So the body knows that it needs to heal itself, but it doesn't know how to concentrate it and target it into just one area. So that's where we come in.
By we, Dr. Ashley Caravelli means the nation's leader in regenerative medicine, QC Kinetics.
We put in those treatments, then it sends out like little signalers to your body. We're able to make the body focus on the areas that need the most healing.
QC Kinetics has gathered brilliant medical minds like Dr. Caravelli and Dr. Mitchell Scheinkoff, a pioneer in the field of regenerative medicine, to lead the way in these innovative pain treatments.
So at QC Kinetics, we have a whole team working nationwide with cutting-edge research to reach our patients and treat them and know that surgery is no longer their only option.
The consultation is free. Find out if you're a candidate. Call QC Kinetics today.
Call QC Kinetics, 864-448-3772. That's 864-448.
Okay, I found it. I know you're all concerned.
Well, I was going to say when Chris gets here, he could have got you one.
Now, I have more in my backpack, but this one just got put in there, so I was really just going to be mad that I lost the whole brand new charged up battery. Listen to the enthusiasm.
Now you can buy a new Hyundai from the comfort of your own home.
He's getting older. I mean, could be. I don't know.
I don't even know who that was. I was
It was,
guessing.
Brian Baldinger.
Baldy. I had to tell you, I like Baldy's Twitter account. He does like play breakdowns, and he's real good. Like he's real. It's definitely a football nerd account. Like it's not for somebody who doesn't really dive into because he doesn't just talk like formations and moves, but he talks about like why a guy is individually successful on a play. It's like watch where his left hand goes, pushes to the outside. It's real good. Are we bringing back pushback walkie-talkies? I'm here for it. Did you ever have one of those Nextels when they were like walkie-talkies?
This spot's playing for a month or so.
Well, I should listen to my own show. When I was in,
that was me hinting at something without hinting at something.
No, I know.
Oh, look, there's a liner coming up. Wonder what liner that is.
When I was in high school,
liner is called Rob. Rejoin, text, or call.
When I was in high school, Nextel made cell phones, but they had an extra button on the side, and
Yeah, my mom had one of those.
you
That's
push
how she
one,
would talk
yeah,
to
and it was just a walkie-talkie, but it was unlimited range. Those were great. NBA trade deadline coming up at 3 p.m. today. We have seen a flurry of moves take place around the association over the last 24 hours. The Charlotte Hornets were involved in one of those moves. The LA Lakers, it was no secret, we're looking for a big man. Luka Doncic, apparently, day number 1 in the facility with the Lake Show, made it very clear that he wanted a big man for him and Braun to play off of. And the Charlotte Hornets have provided that big man. It was announced last night. And I actually really like this trade for Charlotte. I'll tell you why when we get here in a minute. The LA Lakers are acquiring Mark Williams in a trade with the Charlotte Hornets. Shams dropped that yesterday. By the way, I heard the term Shams bomb a couple of times yesterday. And so is it fair that we expect to put bomb on Shams when we had the Woj bomb for so long? Because I kind of feel like maybe Sham needs his own thing.
I've watched a lot of videos about friction between the two and all
Yeah,
this kind of stuff.
they're not friends.
So every time you say his name and then put that on, it's like, oh, that's kind of messed up. Like,
Yeah.
Is he doing that on purpose? Because, that probably inflicts pain on his boy Woj. I don't know.
I don't know. Because now, in fairness, I haven't heard Shams say Shams bomb, which would be hilarious if he did. But I haven't heard Shams say Shams bomb. But
What is he supposed to put out a video feeling nicey? Shams bomb.
guys, what up? It's Shams got another Shams bomb for you.
Shams bomb.
I don't like he and Woj aren't buddies. Woj was not a Shams guy, which sure, I get it, right? Woj was the dude when it came to these announcements for a very long time. And when Woj stepped away and Espen needed a guy to be the NBA version of Adam Schefter, Shams was right there. And I think the natural reaction was just to say, well, it was a Woj bomb, now it's a Shams bomb. But out of respect to Woj, to Adrian Wojnarowski, I don't know that I'm comfortable with Shams bomb. So I think we got to give him something different. May I make a proposal? May I propose a replacement for the Shams bomb?
You may.
Now, I don't think that this works. Because even though I think it's very good, it does still have the word bomb in it. And I don't think that, I think in trying to get away from bomb, but just adding another word to it, my initial thought, Zoe, was the Shamstom bomb. I really like it, but I don't know that it makes enough of a change.
Say it again. I didn't even catch what the middle
It's
thing
like
was.
the Shamstom bomb, like a Swanton bomb,
Oh,
but it's
okay.
Shamstom
All
bomb.
right, that's not. Yeah, not everybody's going to get that.
Oh, for sure.
And I should have got it.
Yeah.
and I didn't.
And so that the fact that you didn't latch onto that immediately tells me no, that's not good enough. So what do we go with? Or do we just leave it and go, sorry, Woj, you got out of the game. And while we have respect for the icons, for the legends,
or just go fancy now with a Shams exclusive.
no, that's boring. That's boring. That doesn't say anything.
Why does everything got to be? I mean, don't let the name of the thing be the thing that's the excitement, but the actual news be the thing.
Well, here's the thing. When you would get on the old internet back in the Woj days, right? And if you got on and you saw Adrian Wojnarowski is reporting, that's boring. But when somebody says Woj bomb, this is because Shams can make a report and it's just a report. A Shams bomb is Luka to the Lakers at 12:12 at night on a Saturday. That's a bomb. I don't think everything has to be a bomb that Shams does, just like everything wasn't a bomb that Woj did. But when there is a bomb that drops from Woj, it was a Woj bomb. When a bomb drops from Shams, I just think we got to come up with something. So 844-326-3663. Those of you that are basketball heads, I need you to propose a name for a Shams bomb. Let's see if we can get something to stick here. I think we could get something to stick. But it's got to be creative. It's got to have some ingenuity to it. All right? Got to have some flow to it. What can we rename the Shams bomb? Which is really unfortunate because like that rhymes and it fits so well, you know? Sham bomb. So it's right there. The Shamtom bomb I really liked, but Lonzo didn't latch onto it immediately. And if Zoe didn't latch onto it immediately, nobody's going to. So I think that one's out the window. We need something to call a Shams bomb out of respect to Adrian Wojnarowski, who was that guy for a very long time. I think the bomb has to be retired with the Woj. What can we call the Shams bomb that gives it a little more oomph? I'm not just talking a trade got made. I'm talking somebody's got something big cooking, and Shams is the guy that grabbed it first. What are we going with here? 844-326-3663 is the text line number. Need an idea for what we can call the Shams bomb moving forward. Now, I don't know if this is a Shams bomb, but I do like the move for the Charlotte Hornets. They have sent big man Mark Williams over to the LA Lakers to join up with Luka Doncic and LeBron James. In return, Dalton Connect, Cam Reddish, a 2031 unprotected first-round pick, and a 2030 pick swap to the Charlotte Hornets in return. That, according to Shams, in the Shams whatever we're going to call it moving forward, which is too long of a name to leave it at that. So I need your help. I like this move a lot. Mark Williams, 7 foot, 240 pounds, fits the profile of the player that the LA Lakers have been looking for to put in the middle between Luka and LeBron. On the flip side, guys, Dalton Connect's my dog. That's my guy. Dalton Connect was a guy that when the Lakers drafted him, I came on the show the next day and went, the league done messed up. The league messed up. Dalton Connect, I want to be very clear. Being a hustle monster is good enough to make you a longtime bench player in the National Basketball Association. Being a hustle monster is not good enough to make you a star in the National Basketball Association. You've got to be better than just a hustle monster. Dalton Connect is a hustle monster, and the dude's got range. The dude's a hustle monster, and he's got range. I like what Dalton Connect can do. I like he fits, I think. And I think it's going to be a couple more years before we figure out what Charles Lee is genuinely trying to build over there in Charlotte. But I do think, and I don't know if it's going to work or not, because, again, the National Basketball Association right now is not a gritty league. It's just not. I'm an NBA guy. I'm an NBA fan. It's just not a gritty league. And that is something that a lot of NBA old heads get real upset about. It's not a gritty league. It is right now. I don't want to call it a finesse league because I think that finesse league has some negative connotations that I don't necessarily think I agree with. As I pointed out yesterday, have any of you actually watched a LeBron game in the last couple of weeks? LeBron's banging. LeBron is throwing his body around under the rim, and it's fun. LeBron's playing like he's 25 right now. The Lakers, by the way, are playing well. I think won 8 out of their last 10 pre-Luka. Now they got another day or two when Luka Doncic joins the lineup. Lakers are good. Like, they went from a team that early in the season we were like, is LeBron about to exit the National Basketball Association? Is LeBron about to exit the NBA with a whimper, not a bang? Because this Laker team just doesn't look like it's it. And now they're on a hot streak. I'm going to tell you right now, you know what you haven't heard in a hot minute? You haven't heard for a minute that JJ Redick's in over his head, have you? You haven't, because the Lakers are playing good basketball right now. Playing good basketball right now. They're adding Luka. Now they have the one piece that even when Anthony Davis was there and healthy, and he did I'll say a better job this year, not a good job, but a better job this year of being available. But they didn't have a 5. Now they got a 5 in Mark Williams. Young 5, too. He's only, I think he's 23. You know what that means? That means Luka's got a 5 for the 10 years that he's going to be the face of the franchise. Luka's got his guy in the middle. LeBron's got his guy in the middle for the final run, whether it's this year or next year. I like this move for LA. But as far as the Hornets go, I like this move for the Hornets because while I do think that the NBA, while not a finesse league, ain't the gritty league that the old hats wish it was. It ain't the 90s NBA anymore. It's a different version of basketball, which I'm still good with, by the way. Different version of basketball. But I get the impression that Charles Lee in Charlotte is trying to build a gritty basketball team, is trying to build a basketball team that isn't afraid to attack you. And I'm going to tell you, if you watched him as the SEC player of the year last year at Tennessee, if you've watched him when he's gotten some PT out in LA this year, Dalton Connect is that. He is a hustle monster. He is gritty.
I was really shocked that they traded him, though, because all the hype and everything, and it seemed like LeBron was so high on him, and everyone was excited about. I mean, you see social media posts about him all the time, and then suddenly he's gone. It's like, okay, I hope Mark Williams is worth it.
This is one of those spots. You know, every time the NFL draft rolls around, we have that long discussion and debate, as we will the next couple of months after the Super Bowl's over. We have that long discussion, that long debate about what's the right philosophy. Best available or best at a need? If you have 2 offensive tackles and there is a great offensive tackle on the board and there's a good, but maybe you're reaching a little bit defensive back on the board and you need a defensive back, do you draft a great offensive tackle when you have those roster spots filled, or do you go draft the best DB on the board even if you're reaching a little bit? It's that. Dalton Connect is a stud. He's gritty. He's a hustle monster. He's a locker room guy. He's a vibes guy. That's all well and good. You know what game he plays? Luka Doncic's. He plays Luka game. You just got the best Dalton Connect in the history of the game, Luka Doncic. Dalton Connect is a guy because Luka Doncic, when he's healthy, Luka's giving you 38, 39, 40 minutes a game. And if I'm getting 40 a game out of Luka, you know what I got for Dalton Connect? 8 minutes. So would I rather, if I have Luka Doncic playing a guard, LeBron James playing a power forward, Would I rather have Mark Williams, who can give me 40 minutes as a 5, even if they're just like pretty good 5 minutes, or no 5, but I got a guy I can put in for Luka for 8 minutes when he needs a breath? I'd rather have the 5. This is a spot that, because they have best available at the 4 in Braun, best available at the 2-3 in Luka, now they got to go best available at the 5. And even if it's not a legendary all-timer, I'd also point out the kid's 23, right? Like, they didn't go get a 32-year-old 5 to just plug a hole. They got a 23-year-old kid that can develop that chemistry with Luka Doncic for a decade. I actually like the trade for the Lakers. I love the trade for Charlotte, too. All right, we'll talk about that and more as the Rob Brown Show rolls on. It's the Fan Upstate. Something is up with the Mavs. Yes, something is up with the Mavs, and I don't think it's just the Mavs, Mike. I'm glad you brought that up. I am going to bring that up when we come back in just a minute. You have just become a catalyst for our next conversation. Give me 30 seconds, guys.
Tuesday, February 25th, our friends at Ingles Markets are teaming up with American Legion Post 3 here in Greenville to help folks have a good Christmas dinner later this year.
Please consider buying a $5 icon when you check out at your local Ingles Markets in the upstate.
American Legion Post 3 has been making Christmases bright through the Goodfellows Food Drive since the 1920s. Over 100 years.
This is organized in part by Scouts, Girl Scouts, Trail Life, Loft Cadets, church groups, and family. They'll prepare and pack more than 750 boxes of foodstuffs for local residents or
baby,
in the Greenville community for a good Christmas dinner.
All recipients are vetted by and receive vouchers from the County Veterans Administration Office and United Ministries.
This will mean a lot to the community. And here,
I watched a lot of basketball last night.
Good for you.
I know, it was nice. Transition has begun.
I probably needed to, but I started watching AEW and I fell asleep. So
Ringing endorsement.
yeah, well, I've been going to bed pretty early, so I haven't felt the greatest. The real fade has begun. No, babysitting is wearing me out. That's what it is.
I believe that.
So I'm not getting a chance to really take a nap because I have to. If I get one, it'd be for 15 minutes, and it's just not. Then you're even more groggy.
I see, here's the issue I have with 15-minute naps. Because I can tell you, when I successfully take a 15-minute nap, I actually feel pretty good on the other side of it. The problem is I have to set an alarm to wake me up from a 15-minute nap. And a 15-minute nap can take me 5 minutes to fall asleep, and it can take me 30 minutes to fall
That's
asleep.
the problem. That's the problem I'm having. I have a very small window by the time I get home to when I have to go pick her up. And I'll set an alarm, and then I'll watch the time tick away. I'll eat lunch, and then suddenly I'm awake for like 15 or 20 minutes, and then it's like I don't have time. So, and then it's like, how did I do this 15 years ago or whatever it was?
I asked you guys to help us come up with a name to replace a Shams bomb out of respect to the OG Adrian Wojnarowski, because while the two of them may have WrestleMania main event beef with each other, I got respect for both legends. I got respect for both guys. Woj is the OG. Shams has taken up the mantle. And as somebody who played the journalism game as an actual journalist for a very long time, making the contacts and developing the relationships that it takes to be able to drop Woj bombs and Shams, whatever we're going to call them, is tough. It's not easy. So this is part of the reason why I think Woj and Shams are the guys. And honestly, to take it back to a conversation that's been had for a couple of years on the show now, this is part of the reason that the news, the emails that came out about Adam Schefter back in the day were so, man, I don't know what word I want to use, but like, I don't like this one, but I don't know what else to use. Frankly, upsetting. They were upsetting to me because I understand what it takes to go into a field, regardless of what that field is, politics or anything else, news, sports, and to be able to develop relationships that end with you being trusted with information like Woj and Shams so regularly drop on us. It's a lot. And so when we found out that Adam Schefter was being fed information by the league, but was running that information by owners to get them to sign off on it, it was a little disappointing. Now, I said then, and I'll say it again now.
A little disappointing. I mean, that's very disappointing for a lot of people. And he always has had an arrogance about his delivery and all those kind of things. And all I can think of is, well, yeah, it's easy to be confident when you're getting fed the stuff by the league.
See, I think that you and I read different vibes off of people, which, yeah, we're different people, so that makes sense. I never really got that from Shefty. I just got the vibe from Shefty that I'm him, nobody else does what I do, and I get it. I understand it.
He's right. He's an NFL lackey, and now we know. And so, again, it's easy to come from a place of confidence when you know that your leaks are not leaks. They're definitely accurate, and they're coming directly from the league.
Like I said, I don't get an arrogant vibe from Shefty. I just get I know I have it before everybody else has it vibe, which I guess can translate as arrogance. But to put that,
label yourself voice of the league. And get it over with.
To put that aspect of it to the side for a second, I think the reason that, or I think what I said then, almost in defense of Adam Schefter, I guess not even really almost, I guess in defense of Adam Schefter, as somebody who's played that game before, there definitely is some element of give and take when you develop sources, right? Like when I was doing journalism back, like actual journalism, back in my old hometown, back in my own home county, I should say. I covered Okaloosa County, Florida for a very long time. And when I developed contacts inside of local government, and I was breaking stories down there, some of which kind of got me a bad rap amongst local government in Okaloosa County. They didn't like when I came sniffing around because there were 3 or 4 stories that I put out that caused them some problems. They were right. I stood by them, but that caused them some problems. And when I was doing that, I developed a handful of contacts inside of county government that, you know, people who they worked their job because they needed the job, but like they didn't necessarily like what, say, a couple of county commissioners were doing. And they would feed me the info, but it would frequently come with conditions attached. Like, hey, I'm going to give you this scoop. I'm going to give you this information that's going to lead to this big story, but I need you to hold it until Tuesday because blank, or I need you to credit it to this or whatever. And I would have to go sniff out and confirm it, make sure it was good before I reported it. And I had to abide with those conditions because if I didn't, I'd lose my source. And if I lost my sources, I was no good as a journalist anymore, right? So to some degree, I got it out of Shefty. But what lost me for Shefty was that he would get the information and then he would effectively go to the owners and be like, hey, are you good with this? Are you good if I say this? Versus going, okay, this person gave me this information but asked me to handle it this particular way. He actually got the information straight, then went to the owners and was like, hey, are you good with this? And it does come across, especially at a point in time where people have become progressively more disillusioned with billionaires, to go ask the billionaires, are you good if I do this story this way? And then make changes if they weren't. Yeah, it was a little bit disappointing. However, I understand that even if you do that, the amount of work and effort that goes into building relationships that give you that level of access to that information is not an easy job. That's why Woj, Sham, Shefty, who's the other guy I'm missing? There's one more that's kind of in that role, Jay Glazer. That's why these cats, I think, become such prominent names in the landscape. Shefty's on, McAfee's show in a weekly segment now. And he takes calls on the air and breaks news. Like, it's very interesting to watch, in my opinion. But I think the amount of effort that goes into developing those relationships, getting that level of trust, sniffing out the right people to talk to, gaining those people's trust, keeping those people's trust is not an easy tightrope to walk. And that is why I have immense respect for both Shams and Woj. Because they did it. They did it in a league that has historically been very tight-lipped about their information. And that's why Shams can drop a bombs at midnight on a Saturday going into a Sunday. And at 12:12 in the morning, Shams owns the internet. Ethan texted the show at the same time that Mike dropped one on us in the live stream, which you can watch at facebook.com/thefanupstate, The Fan Upstate on YouTube, The Rob Brown Show on YouTube, Twitch, and Facebook. He said, been a long time, boys, but I'm back to listen and text in. Call it a Sham Wow. Mike dropped in with the same thing on the chat. Call him Sham Wows. So I'm not going to say we got our winner like 7 minutes after we asked for it. But I think Sham Wow is going to be a real tough one to top.
Yeah,
real tough one to top.
It made me laugh, so I'm good with it.
I asked you guys to come up with something to replace the Shams bomb because it's respect to the OG Wojnarowski who had the Woj bomb, and we all stayed up late waiting for the Woj bombs. The two of them got WrestleMania main event beef between each other. All right. So I think Shams has earned his own thing. I think Woj should be able to keep his legacy of the bomb. I asked you guys to come up with a name to replace the Woj bomb. And right out of the gate, Ethan and Mike both dropped, call it a Sham Wow. Do we accept? Is this going to be it?
It's not even a question. I mean, for sure.
Here's what I'll tell you what. I'll leave the text line open at 844-326-3663. I'll leave the chat open for this in the Facebook Live, in the live stream, facebook.com/thefanupstate, The Fan Upstate on YouTube, The Rob Brown Show on YouTube, Facebook, and Twitch. I will leave the chats open. If anybody thinks they can beat a Sham Wow, I'm here for it. But I got to tell you, you are going to have to bring some absolute fire if you think you're going to beat the Sham Wow. If you're going to beat the Shams Wow, I think we got to go Sham Wow. Sham Dunk's not bad either. See, you had the old Sham Wow. We all remember the Sham. Well, everybody of a certain age remembers the Sham Wow and the Sham Wow guy.
What do you think? Everyone over 30, maybe?
I'd say that's probably the ballpark number. But we all remember there was a point in time there was a point in time where TV infomercials went completely off the rails. The Billy Mays here era. The Billy Mays, there was Slap Chop. You had that kind of weird dude, that skinny dude, and his head was always like ahead of his body for some reason. Like he had a real bad crick in his neck all the time. And he was slap chop everything in a kitchen. Slap chop your nuts. Right? Like it was that guy. I know what I said. Shut up. They had Slap Chop. They had the Sham Wow. We had the early iteration. It's become like a real product now, but the early iteration of OxyClean. Billy Mays here for OxyClean. Do you have any stain made by anything? Did you get blood all over your white shirt? Billy Mays here. And that was like a legendary era in television. That was back when those TV commercials, they were coming on in like regular TV broadcasts. Used to be TV infomercials were late night. Those were late night things. All the basketball games ended and you were like getting ready to go to bed and you forgot to turn the TV off before you laid down and you looked up and there's Billy Mays hawking OxyClean. And then all of a sudden those infomercials, they like creeped into our regular day-to-day, right? The Sham Wow. Was Sham Wow the same guy as Slap Chop guy?
I believe so.
I think it was.
Yeah, I believe it was.
I think weird Slap Chop guy who got arrested a couple of years later for
because a prostitute bit his lip off.
Correct.
Yeah.
I take it back. I don't know if he got arrested for it.
He definitely got injured.
He got hurt.
I can't remember where the act happened.
Wasn't it like Miami or something?
In most states, it's illegal, so he probably did. He would be known as a John, I believe.
I don't know if he got arrested. Maybe we'll do some research on this during the break. I don't know if he got arrested or if he just got hurt, but a lady of the evening like bit his
and stretched his lip.
Yeah.
Like grabbed the lip and just
yeah. So the next time he came on TV, he was like, that was inappropriate, and I'm sorry to ShamWow guy, who, by the way, is on Twitter, and he's hilarious.
Is he?
Yeah, he's really funny.
Is he? Can you tell? I mean, did he have to have
No,
work done
not really. I don't know if he got
reparation?
it. Yeah.
I mean,
I don't know if he had it fixed or if it just, it was worse in the moment. But he got.
Now it looks like he had like collagen injections or whatever.
Not sure.
Okay.
He got viciously attacked by the lady of the evening. But ShamWow guy for a hot minute was like, he was pop culture for a minute. He was everywhere. And
yeah, they were doing remixes and stuff of his commercials.
Oh, dude, there were like trap beats made out of ShamWow commercials, and they were great. But I bring all this up to say, if you're of a certain age, that is to say, mine, ShamWow is implanted in your cultural memory forever. But here's my thing: is taking because for some reason, with all due respect to my man Kane, like, Sham Dunk doesn't work. And his name is Shams. It's not Shams. It's Shams. So if it was Shams, then yeah, like Sham Dunk is obviously right there for you. But with it being Shams Dunk doesn't work. However, I think I'm willing to let the it doesn't rhyme thing pass for the ShamWow. Like that works in a way that Sham Dunk doesn't work for some reason. I like Shams Dunk. Like it's right there on the cusp of greatness. But I think ShamWow's the way we got to go. I think that's gonna be it.
Yeah, it's still it. Sham Dunk is
it's
good. A good second.
It's good, but like if his name was Shams, it would be perfect. This wouldn't even be a discussion. It'd be a Shams Dunk, no doubt about it. But with it being Shams, I think ShamWow is where we're going to end up going. So a ShamWow drops last night. Yeah, I think that's what we're going with. A ShamWow drops last night that the Lakers and the Charlotte Hornets reached an agreement. Mark Williams, the center, going to be sent to LA in return for Cam Reddish, Dalton Connect, my dog, a 2031 unprotected first, and a 2030 pick swap for the Hornets in return for Mark Williams. I like this trade a lot. I think Dalton Connect is a long-time can-do-it-all guy. I think Cam Reddish has got a little bit more development potential in him. I like having a first pick, even if it is 6 years down the road. Not because you're going to utilize that, but because it's a now asset. I really like the team that Charles Lee is going to build. I do think it's another year away, but I think this is a real good foundation for that. You know what else is real good? When Lonzo does a sports flash.
If you just tuned in or you woke up, a flurry of movies, well, hopefully you woke up, flurry of moves, not movies, across the NBA as the deadline approaches at 3 p.m. today. Yesterday, the Miami Heat traded Jimmy Butler to the Golden State Warriors in a multi-team deal. The Warriors were making a push for Kevin Durant, who informed them he had no interest in returning. Nah, I ain't doing that. Butler will decline his $52 million option in favor of a 2-year, $111 million deal. Andrew Wiggins, Kyle Anderson, and a 2025 first-rounder will go to Miami in return, while Dennis Schroeder will go to the Jazz, and Utah sends P.J. Tucker to Miami. The Charlotte Hornets acquired rookie Dalton Knecht and Cam Reddish and a 2031 first-round pick from the LA Lakers for center Mark Williams. Tune in this Saturday at 4 p.m. as the Furman Paladins take on the Chattanooga Mocs. It's Furman versus Chattanooga right here on your home Furman Paladins basketball. Fan Upstate.
Just remember, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. State Farm, Bloomington, Illinois.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest. The last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
Designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it. Now everyone's asking. Where'd you get your...
Once you're white, eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying. Just beautiful.
Whatever you love, find it on eBay. eBay. Things people love.
What better way to say I love you than over a steaming pot of fondue? From February 13th through the 16th, join us at the Melting Pot in Greenville. Enjoy a special 5-course meal dedicated to time with that special someone in your life. Book today at meltingpot.com.
A great lawn is like a great sports team. It takes expertise and a little extra care to really stand out. That's where True Green comes in. They're the official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour, so they know a thing or two about keeping grass looking like a fairway. Here's the best part. It's more affordable than you think, and they'll even match any competitor's price. Plus, True Green backs it all up with a satisfaction guarantee. Not happy? They'll come back between visits to make it right. Don't wait. Head to truegreen.com today. Let the pros do the work while you sit back and enjoy the results.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They got millions of parts, guaranteed fit.
Baby, why don't you come over? Red one supernova, fall right into me.
Find all the parts you need at prices you love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Slam dunk in Vegas with the Fan Upstate. Just download the free Odyssey app, log in, and listen to the Fan Upstate for at least 1 hour a day to enter.
One lucky winner scores round-trip airfare and accommodations for 4 in Las Vegas.
Plus $20,000. Enjoy the first 2 rounds of the College Basketball Championship.
Stay at the Circa Resort and Casino, Las Vegas's premium sports viewing destination.
And visit the biggest March Hoops party at Stadium Swim. Good luck in this national contest. Listen to the Fan Upstate on the Odyssey app. Wire to wire with Diesel and Cole Bryson. Turn on, leave on.
The bottom line is college athletics were not designed for players to make $45,000 a month. You can disagree all you want. College sports was student first, athlete second. Nobody, I don't care how good they are, Diesel, nobody should make $45,000 a month at the college level. And the truth is, Cole, this is unfixable. It is fixable. Number one, it's activists like Rob Brown, and I'm calling him out. He wanted this. He wanted it. Well, what about the players? Coaches can go get whatever they want. Coaches can get paid a tremendous amount of money. Coaches can leave when they want to. Why can't players do it? Well, now they're holding their teams hostage. They're demanding. It's not even the money thing. Yeah,
His impersonation of you is not very good.
No, I'm really disappointed. I mean,
no one's impersonation of each other is very good. I think everyone's afraid to actually try to sound like, although I think you think I do sound that way, and I don't think I do. But anyway,
I don't. I know I'm being overly obnoxious with my impressions. My I will even say, in sometimes almost condescending impersonations.
Why are none of us doing a Cole impersonation? I mean,
in fairness, when I am calling out one of your points, my impersonation of everybody is just the same impersonation.
It is. I can't do a Diesel impersonation because I'm not that angry. Just saying.
You just got to put on like an Iron Maiden shirt.
Oh, there we go.
Hour number 2 of the Rob Brown radio program begins now. Coming up on the show, I have given you so far 4 of my 6 keys to the Super Bowl on Sunday. I'm going to, in the next segment, run over the first 4. And then in the final segment of this hour, I will give you the last 2. Then tomorrow, we'll spend a little bit more time breaking those down. Lonzo and I will make our final and permanent locked-in Super Bowl predictions. We got Lulu Kesson joining us at 8 a.m. We will check in with Lulu to find out what's going on with the football team over in Columbia, South Carolina. We will check in on the women's basketball team. Lulu Kesson is embedded, I believe the word is, with Dawn Staley's team. She does the traveling. She covers this team extensively. So we'll check in and see where one of the best women's basketball teams in the country, despite the fact that many of y'all thought it was a rebuilding year. Turns out Dawn said, nope. We'll check in with Lulu Kesson at 8 o'clock. Rashad Beard ordinarily joins us on Thursdays at 8:40. He DM'd me late last night and said he's got a work meeting this AM at 9 a.m., so he's going to push until tomorrow. Says it should be the last time for a while that he's got to make that move.
Maybe he can show us what the new watch does, some of the gadgets. Maybe he's not allowed to do that.
Yeah, I was going to say. I think it's one of those I could tell you, but I'd have to kill you things out of America's Secret Agent, man. Rashad Beard.
He could show us launching something off his car out the back window. That would be pretty sweet.
We'll talk to Rashad Beard tomorrow, but we do have Hayden S. Mario at 9 a.m. We'll talk Super Bowl bets and Super Bowl breakdown with Mario at 9 a.m. It is Thursday, and you know what that means. Fight Club with the great one coming up at 9:20, and the rest of the show belongs to you, dear friends, colleagues, and listeners. Right now also belongs to you because Alonzo and I are about to let you know everything going on in the world of sports that you will be talking about this morning when you get into the office. And we do that all when we do this.
Are you ready for the playbook of the peculiar, the almanac of the absurd, and the encyclopedia of the extraordinary? Well, you better be, because we're diving headfirst into the 3 top stories that will have your coworkers saying, "What kind of place is this?" Bathroom break.
No.
Here we go. Welcome to the water cooler cheat sheet on the Fan Upstate.
It is the water cooler cheat sheet, the top 3 sports stories that you need to know before you get to the office this lovely upstate Thursday morning and start talking sports with your boss, your manager, your coworker, whoever it is that you ignore your real job to talk sports with. This is what you'll be talking about. Let's dive right in with item number 1. This one is not necessarily big-time news, but it is something I am very, very excited to hear, something I am very, very excited to see, and something I am very, very excited to watch. Clemson is taking on Duke coming up this Saturday at the Crib, Little John Coliseum down there on the campus of the Tigers. And there will be a very special guest in attendance. Why? Who? The legendary Dick Vitale, baby, is on his way back. The last broadcast of Dick Vitale, April 3rd of 2023, when he broke down the San Diego State versus UConn national championship game. Ever since then, Dick Vitale has been fighting 4 different types of cancer that have kept him away from a microphone. Vitale was supposed to reemerge on the mic earlier this year for the Duke-Wake Forest game back on January 25th. It would have been the first time on air since that April game in 2023, but went into the hospital after a fall in his Florida home. He has recovered from that. He has also announced that he is cancer-free and fully in remission at this point. And the legendary is Dick Vitale, Lonzo, the most synonymous broadcaster with any given sport in America? Like, is Dick Vitale more of the voice of college basketball than any other broadcaster is the voice of their sport? Because I think the answer is yes.
Oh, without a doubt. And the question is, I think, will there be another like him?
Dick Vitale is special and he's unique. And part of the reason why is I think Dick Vitale, who has been broadcasting college basketball games for effectively my entire life, not effectively, literally my entire life. I think the reason Dick Vitale is so special is because Dick Vitale, I think, and some of you old hats may have a different opinion than this. And if you do, I'm very curious to hear it. But my impression is that America loves Dickie V. Because Dick Vitale, I think, was the first broadcaster who didn't just inject an overwhelming amount of personality into his broadcast, but was the first to inject personality and a genuine passion and love for his sport into the broadcast. And obviously doing it in a sport that, while it obviously has a storied history, and while March Madness, I would argue, is America's second favorite sporting event behind only the Super Bowl, college basketball has also historically just kind of been one of the other sports, right? Like, it's always kind of been a secondary sport to the United States. Dick Vitale was so commanding, so demanding of attention on the mic, but more importantly, was never fraudulent. This may just be because I live behind a microphone, but I can tell, or at least think I can tell, when somebody on a mic is fraudulent, when somebody on a mic isn't really the person they're pretending to be, which is fine. There are some people in this industry who act. They play a character. They play a role. And that's okay. This is entertainment at the end of the day. For me, it's just easier to be my genuine, authentic self. As Lonzo can tell you, if you meet Rob Brown in a bar, I'm just as loud and obnoxious in real life as I am behind a microphone. I think Dick Vitale is so beloved by America because he has a genuine love and passion for college basketball, and he injects this over-the-top, lovable personality into the game while always promoting the game and never taking a step back. Even when he has an issue with college basketball, you can tell that he is attacking it from a place of love and concern, not of, let me grab some attention. Let me get myself trending on social media. I would make the argument that Dick Vitale, more than any other broadcaster, is the voice of his sport. There's like a small number of guys I put into that category. I think Don Cherry was that guy for hockey for a very long time. I think Bob Uecker was that voice for baseball, although Euchre's kind of not in the same conversation because he was just the Brew Crews guy, right? Like, he was representative of baseball at large, but when you heard Bob Uecker, he was doing a Brew Crew game. Dick Vitale does everybody's games. He loves doing it. He has a passion. He injects it into everything, and he's got that larger than life personality. But he's like your buddy's grandpa that you just can't help but love. He's just too much fun, but to love. I think that's America's love affair with Dick Vitale. I hope Dick Vitale broadcasts for 100 more years. Long live Dickie V, baby. You got to be kidding me. Dick Vitale is the only guy that can show overwhelming love and support for one of America's least favorite programs, the Dukies. And we still love him. That's how much we love Dick Vitale. Dick Vitale on the mic this Saturday when Clemson hosts the Dukies at Little John on Saturday. Let's get to item number 2. This isn't necessarily a news item, but I do think that considering the amount of weight that this individual holds in the public sports talk conversation and the fact that he was, or at least like he felt like he was, or it felt like he was, the linchpin of a lot of NFL stories over the past couple of weeks, I think it justifies giving him a spot. Deion Sanders decided to stay with Colorado. I don't know why I said it like I'm from Minnesota. Colorado, after the Dallas Cowboys showed interest in him for their head coaching vacancy last month. Speaking with former Cowboys star quarterback Troy Aikman yesterday down in New Orleans, Louisiana, Sanders reflected on the intensity of practices when he and Aikman were teammates in Dallas back in the early 90s and how it compares in today's NFL. And Deion said, and I directly quote, I couldn't coach pro ball. That's why I say I couldn't coach. I know it was cute, but I couldn't coach pro ball because the way they practice, the way they go about it, I couldn't take it. As a man and as a football enthusiast, I care about the game. The game is still providing for Troy and I, so there is no way I could allow that to happen on my watch. That would be tough. End quote. Effectively, Deion said the way that football players at the National Football League today approach the game is just too different and unacceptable for the way that he approaches the game, and that's what kept him away from the jump to the NFL. Do you buy that? Do you think that that is legitimate from Neon Deion?
That and Dallas said no, they're not going to draft his son.
That may be it. And he just doesn't want to throw his organization under the bus. I don't know if that's the case or not. Here's what I will say. I don't think Deion would have done. I don't think Deion could have done it. I don't think he's got that level in him. I think Deion works very well at the college level. I've told you why 100 times. I think Deion Sanders works at the college level because Deion can go get all-star coaching staffs around him, can allow those guys to run the X's and O's. Deion can utilize his celebrity, and Deion can utilize the weight of his career in order to benefit the university from his name, image, and likeness, and also to influence young college players, which I will say above all else, the one thing I truly, genuinely believe from Deion Sanders is when he says, I want the best for the kids on my team. Now, not the kids that were on the team before he got there. Screw them, all 31 of them that he told could transfer and go find somewhere else to play. But the kids that he brings to Colorado, his boys, Deion's babies, I really do believe Deion wants the best for them. And nobody gives a damn about that at the NFL.
All right. I believe he could coach at the NFL if he goes to a place where he is all those things you just said. And not overshadowed by an owner or anybody else. He goes in and like I think he could have done it in Jacksonville. I mean, there are places where he could go and he's not going to be overshadowed by anybody. He's going to be the guy.
I don't disagree that any room Deion walks into, he's the guy. All right, he's a charisma.
Well, not in
machine.
Dallas because of Jerry, but if he goes somewhere else where no one knows the owner, I mean, I know we know the owner of the Jags, but still, I mean, how often does Shad Khan even show up? The only time people talk about him is when the Jags are bad, which is a lot, quite a bit.
Yep.
But I think there are franchises he could go to, and I think he could exist and do well.
I don't disagree with the concept.
But
of Deion.
He's king where he is right now.
I don't disagree with the concept of Deion being the guy. And in fact, I don't think he'd take a job anywhere where he didn't think he was going to be the guy. In fact, there is a part of me that believes part of the reason he wouldn't go to Dallas is because he knows no matter what Jerry says, Jerry can't help but be the guy. Jerry's the only owner I know that after every game has his own press conference. Every game, Jerry holds his own press conference. Why, Jerry? And I think Deion knows that. The only thing I disagree with Lonzo on, every other point I agree on except for one. I don't think Deion's a great X's and O's guy. I think he's a great coach. I bet as a defensive back and wide receivers coach, he would be excellent. As the head guy at the NFL, which I think comes with a load of coaching responsibilities that he probably doesn't have to worry about at Colorado. And on top of that, at Colorado, he can go get the Warren Sapps and all the ex-NFL legends that he has on his staff. And that makes a difference at the college level. Bringing Warren Sapp as the defensive line coach for the Dallas Cowboys, I don't know how much help that's going to be. I don't. Yeah, I mean, you'll have some guys that are like, that's Warren Sapp, I got to listen. But a lot of guys at the NFL, especially older guys, they're not necessarily going to be like, oh, that's Warren Sapp. He was great in the early 2000s.
Or you go, that's Warren Sapp. Look at his police blotter. Don't do that.
That's fair too. I don't know.
I mean, that guy was a great defensive player. I think he has
Warren Sapp was a monster.
Yeah, I mean, I think he could teach guys a lot, and his game would work just as well today as it did back when he was playing. So, I mean, the defensive tackle, that doesn't change that much. There might be some more techniques. It does change as far as athletes go.
And again, I don't. This isn't necessarily about like could Warren Sapp do it.
He doesn't have to be and call plays or anything. That's what the offensive coordinator's for.
Again, don't disagree, but I also don't know that the star power of Deion pulls all-star cast to the NFL like it does pull at the college level. That's my only take. Either way, the point here was that Deion said the NFL is it's not what I left behind. It's not what I left behind, and therefore I'm not going to do it. And let's wrap it up with item number 3. A flurry of moves go down yesterday. The NBA trade deadline is today at 3 p.m. We had 3 massive trades that went down yesterday. Yesterday, early morning, right after we got off the air, the Bucks traded Chris Middleton to the Wizards, ending his tenure as one of their franchise cornerstones in a multi-year deal that sent Kyle Kuzma to Milwaukee, according to Shams Wow. Yeah, we're sticking with that. The Bucks also sent rookie guard A.J. Johnson, their first-round draft selection last year, and a pick swap to Washington, who then dealt Patrick Baldwin Jr. and second-round draft compensation to Milwaukee as well. As part of the deal, the Knicks are sending Jericho Sims, break the walls down, over to the Bucks in exchange for Dion Wright and cash. Wasn't the last trade that got made. Dalton Connect, Cam Reddish head from the LA Lakers over to the Charlotte Hornets in return for the 23-year-old 7-foot-tall, and you can't teach that, Mark Williams. He will now be the big man that plays in between Luka and LeBron James in the new look Lakers, who, by the way, have won 8 out of 10, look real hot, and they're about to get better. Keep an eye on the Lake Show. And we wrapped it up last night when Jimmy Butler left the Miami Heat and is the newest member of the Golden State Warriors. He will be paired up with Draymond and Steph Curry in Golden State. Of all the trades that got made yesterday, the Lakers and the Warriors won. The Lakers and the Dubs won. The Lakers got their 7-footer. They got a young 7-footer. I was worried they were going to go grab like a 32, 33-year-old veteran that was going to be on his way out with LeBron. Instead, they grab a guy with a ton of upside who's only 23, can grow with Luka Doncic, who is going to be the face of the Lakers when LeBron retires. Like that move a lot. I do like the move for the Hornets, too. We talked a little bit about this back in hour number 1. You can listen to that hour if you missed it by going to thefanupstate.com, clicking on the podcast button, dropping it down to the Rob Brown Show, and listening to the 6 o'clock hour. I think Charles Lee is building something very gritty up in Charlotte. I think this is going to be a hard-nosed basketball team, and Dalton Connect fits that mold exceptionally well. So I like that trade as well. And Jimmy Butler next to Steph Curry, it is, to me, a frightening 1-2 punch. We'll talk about those trades, the impact on the association later on in the show, and more. Rob Lonzo and you, the Rob Brown Show. Ladies and gentlemen, it's the Fan Upstate.
Nighter gang, man. I'm sticking to it. Next year we're coming back. I don't know. I'm tired of the Chiefs. I don't like the Eagles either. Football's a work.
Yeah.
Yeah. Right?
I don't follow football.
It's predetermined.
All right. Hey,
Did you have that?
I do not. But
Do you know who it is?
no, I did not. Is it Kittle?
It's Roman Reigns.
That's Roman Reigns?
Yes.
Tribal chief has spoken. Do me a favor. Go ahead and save that for the Blitz.
Well, I just sent it to you, but I can also play.
I got to see if I can play sound today.
I can also play it from where I sent it to.
Can you? Am I in queue?
You are.
Next year we're coming back. I don't know. I'm tired of the Chiefs. I don't like the Eagles either. Football's a work. Yeah. Right? I don't follow. It's predetermined. All right. Hey.
The tribal chief has spoken, Lonzo. The controversy is over.
Well, if it's a work, then I'm going to be happy to come Monday.
Be right back, guys.
don't know. I'm tired of the Chiefs. I don't like the Eagles either. Football's a work.
Yeah.
Yeah. Right?
I don't follow football.
It's predetermined.
Smart.
Oh, is that me playing that?
Again,
No, that's not me, is it? Oh, I thought I was panicking for a second. That's a tribal chief. All right? The one's up. The tribal chief has spoken.
By the way,
Lonzo's going to be a happy guy on Monday. It's a work.
That just auto-played, and I thought you were playing it because I sent it to you. So I'm like, why is he playing it over and over again? And it was auto-playing. Stupid autoplay. It worked out.
The tribal chief has spoken. It's scripted. It's a work. It's predetermined. Lonzo's going to be celebrating another Super Bowl on Monday. Or, sometimes you got to swerve. Sometimes you got to let the plucky under it. Sometimes Sami Zayn's got to win one. All right?
Yeah, but not a championship. I mean, not a major championship.
I mean, sometimes he's got to get one. Otherwise, it's unbelievable, We'll see. Hey, speaking of the Super Bowl, I have given you 4 of my 6 keys to the Super Bowl so far. I have given you 4 of my 6. I would like to give you the first 4 so far in truncated form. We're going SAT words on the show today. Item number 1 for the Super Bowl. The Chiefs, it's not stop Saquon Barkley, it's limit Saquon Barkley. I pointed out in the AFC title game, James Cook was cooking the Kansas City Chiefs. My man ended up with 13 carries and 85 yards. The problem was they took him out of the game in the fourth quarter. In a one-score game, in a game the Bills were still very much capable of winning, they stopped with James Cook. Philadelphia is not going to stop with Saquon Barkley. They might get down 14 points, and they're still going to give the ball to Saquon. Obvious passing downs aren't obvious passing downs for the Philadelphia Eagles when Saquon Barkley is in the backfield. If you are the Chiefs, I don't know how you do it because nobody else has figured it out yet either. But you got to limit that cat. You cannot let Saquon hit his over number of 111.5. Probably going to go up by Sunday. The Bills' run game was not as good as Philly's. And when they were utilizing it, they were getting the Chiefs. In fact, when the Bills were ahead or tied or right in that range, it was because of the run game. Both the success of it and the fact that the Chiefs were having to account for James Cook. And when they were accounting for James Cook, they were not able to throw extra resources at Josh Allen, and Josh Allen was able to be Josh Allen. Once James Cook came out of the game and he wasn't him anymore, Josh Allen was a little bit more free, or was a little bit less free, pardon me. It was easier for Spags to get guys on him, and that game turned on its head. Key number 2 for the Philadelphia Eagles, it's beat the blitz. Steve Spagnuolo, as we pointed out yesterday, the Chiefs have the 13th highest blitz rate in the NFL. It's just above the average number of blitzes per series of any team in the NFL. But it feels way higher than that. Why does it feel way higher than that? Because Spags doesn't just blitz for the sake of blitzing. Spags blitzes when he sees that a tendency is going to come into play. Josh Allen has a tendency on high-pressure situations to automatically leave the pocket. And that makes sense. Josh Allen is one of the best mobile quarterbacks in the National Football League. Can't get sacked if you run away from guys. And I will take Josh Allen one-on-one against most NFL players. Not all, but most. I will not take Josh Allen 2-on-1. 2 defenders versus 1 QB. And what did Spags do on that 4th down that ended up being an incomplete pass that ended the game? Spags said Allen's tendency in this situation is to roll out to the right before the pass rush even gets there. So what did Spags do on that play? He had his defensive end work to the outside, seal off the tackle. He had his outside linebacker blitz off him, and he had the cornerback on the the safety walked up on the far side, also blitz. So when Allen rolled out to his right, before he got across the rear end of his offensive tackle, there were already 2 red jerseys waiting for him out there. Spags knows tendencies and blitzes to them. If you are the Eagles, you have two options here. Number one is you can spend the time watching your film, you can recognize your tendencies, and you can call a game plan that goes against those tendencies to try to catch Steve Spagnuolo off balance. However, I don't think any team wants to stop doing the things that got you where you are. Even if they are just tendencies, they're tendencies usually because they're what you're the best at, what you're most comfortable with. The other option the Eagles have is to be perfect. To be perfect. If you know your tendency is to roll Jalen Hurts out to the right, then you had better be perfect in your blocking game to the right to make sure that those Spags blitzes aren't as effective. That's not easy, but it's the Eagles' way. Got to beat the blitz, and you got to do it by being fundamentally perfect. Key number 3 to this game. Kansas City has got to have a quick pass game. Mahomes, as much as he wants to, and as good as he is at extending plays, buying himself extra time in the backfield by escaping, scrambling, and improvising, he can't do that against these Eagles. Why? Because Jalen Carter in the middle is a double team eater. You do not have an additional blocker when Jalen Carter is at the nose tackle. And on top of that, because he does play more often than not a true nose tackle lined up one technique or zero technique over the center, Jalen Carter can go left, Jalen Carter can go right, and the guard on that side has got to be aware, because if you leave Jalen Carter one-on-one against the center, I don't care if you have the best center in the NFL, Jalen Carter is going to win that battle enough times to impact the offense. So with him there, knowing that guards can't really be all that creative and fluid. They kind of have to take the rock back block. They've got to kick back and go eyes to the inside. Make sure Carter's not coming, and then find who else is a threat to the B or the C gap, depending on what side they're on. That opens up Philly. Philly does not blitz a lot under Vic Fangio because they don't have to. Because Jalen Carter eats a double team every play. And beats it a lot of the time, by the way. But he eats a double team every play. The guys around him are very adept at figuring out where that double team is, attacking that spot with a base pass rush. And oh, by the way, they set edges remarkably well. Mahomes' scrambling and improvisation is ordinarily based around his ability to get outside of the edge, to get wide of the defensive end, to get out into the flats, and then do Patrick Mahomes things. The Eagles do not let a lot of quarterbacks get outside of the defensive end. How do you negate that if you're the Chiefs? Quick passes, bubble screens, inside slants, crosses, quick passes. Mahomes needs to have, in my opinion, an average time to release of 2.5 to 3 seconds maximum. 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, ball's got to be out. That's it. If he is able to develop a quick strike rhythm, we're getting the ball out and we're getting it out quick, then the Eagles' edge rush is to some degree negated at that point. At that point, the Eagles' edge rush now has to start to be more aggressive. Now they've got to start running slants. Now they've got to start running twist. Now they've got to start running stunts. The defensive ends now have to start actually working against the offensive tackles. It's not just contact, sit down, set the edge, keep Mahomes pinned, work to the inside. Now they may have to cross the face of the defensive tackle, which means Fangio has got to start sending the linebackers off the outside. If they start sending linebackers to set the edge because the defensive end has to work to the inside, now all of a sudden, that's prime Travis Kelce time. That's prime tight end dump time. That's a spot that I think they have to be very, very careful with. So the keys to the game so far: slow down Saquon Barkley for the Chiefs. Beat the blitz if you are the Eagles. Get rid of the ball if you are the Chiefs. I got a couple more for you, and I'm going to tell you what they are as we wrap up hour number 2. I want to know your key to the game. What is the one thing that the Eagles must do or that the Chiefs must do if they are going to win this game? 844-326-3663. 844-FANFONE. Shoot me your text. Put Chiefs and then their key to the game, or put Eagles and their key to the game. I'll give you my final 2 when we come back. I'll also run you through what you guys think are the most important things in Super Bowl licks. Rob Lonzo and you, the Rob Brown Show continues after this. It is the Fan Upstate.
By the way, Kane, as to what you were saying earlier, I've been at the station since the beginning of the station, and I will say this is the most harmonious we've ever been. And when we're joking about the other show, we're just joking. There's no bad blood between anybody.
No, there's honestly not.
Yeah, it's not. I mean, this is at least as of now, it's pretty smooth. So, I mean, you know, we all jab each other a little bit because that's what family does. But there's nothing. Yeah.
I can tell you, there is nothing to me that says you are boys more than sharing common interest memes across social media. Okay? If I see something on social media and it makes me think of you because of our common interest or a discussion we've had or whatever, and I send you that meme, that means you're my guy. That means you're my boy, right? Lonzo and I trade social media memes and videos on Twitter back and forth all the time. Diesel and I have an entire thread of just Lord of the Rings memes that have gone back and forth over time. Cole and I almost nightly text back and forth about our sports wagering. I will tell you, and I agree with Lonzo, though, I have only been here coming up in 2 weeks on 5 years. The 2 shows in their current iterations are as in sync with each other as they have ever been. There is more harmony and mutual respect between everybody on this station locally as there has been since I started working here. And I can tell you as somebody who's been in the game, not nearly as long as the great one has, but rapidly approaching 20 years as a broadcaster. God, that hurts my soul to say. I can tell you sincerely, I have never been at a station that has had as much harmony and as little conflict between its local personalities as we have right now. Ever. And I've been at some good stations. I've been on some good shows. I've been in some good groups before. The 2 shows here work exceptionally well. I can text Diesel and Cole at any point and go, I need this, or offer some critique. I text Cole and Diesel. I listen to their show for at least 30 to 45 minutes every day, usually longer, but on average about 45 minutes a day. And I can't tell you how many times I have texted them and been like, hey, you just said this. I would have done it this way, or I would change this. And other hosts that we have worked with would send you back a middle finger emoji. The 2 of them are like, appreciate the heads up, and they will do the same to me. And I think, frankly, it's awesome. I think the station's better for it.
Yeah, I'm in the midst of texting back and forth with Cole right now.
Lonzo just texts Cole good morning every day.
No, he just texted me that. But his is good morning sunshine, because
good day sunshine.
I don't know if it's because of the hair or what, but yeah.
Shout out Cole Bryan. I have recapped the first 3 of my 6 keys to the Super Bowl licks this Sunday. Number 1, slow down Saquon Barkley if you're Kansas City. Number 2, do not be predictable and fundamentally beat the blitz if you are the Eagles. Number 3, Kansas City, fast strike passing offense. Get rid of the ball. Get rid of it quickly. Number 4, this one for the Philadelphia Eagles. Feed A.J. Brown. This guy, even though after the drama a handful of weeks ago, where A.J. Brown vented his frustration about the Eagles passing attack on a podcast, and it led to just about everybody in the country having an opinion on the Philadelphia Eagles passing offense. It led to just about everybody in the country going, uh-oh, they're imploding. They figured something out after that. The Eagle passing offense after that got a lot better. But A.J. Brown has still, in my opinion, for as talented as he is, A.J. Brown has still been an underutilized resource for the Philadelphia Eagle passing attack. And I do not think that anybody on the field is going to be more important to Philadelphia this weekend than A.J. Brown. Why? The answer is A.J. Brown is a man-to-man cover wizard. A.J. Brown is as good as anybody else in the league when facing man-to-man coverage. His efficiency rate when man-to-man coverage is applied is inside the top 5 in the NFL. He is just a guy that you cannot put on an island. Why is that important for this game? Because the Chiefs are primarily a man defense with a cover 1 on top of it. The Chiefs like to drop one guy back, one single high free safety to play center field. They are going to man up every other person on the football field, and they are going to shade to the best players. A.J. Brown is going to get a lot of man-to-man single coverage this weekend. That's his bread and butter. That's his thing. That's what he does. And here's the thought. Even if A.J. Brown is not getting a ton of targets because Kansas City has shadowed A.J. Brown, they got him in the single high or the man-to-man with a single high, perhaps the single high shaded to A.J. Brown's side, much like we talked about earlier, that Jimmy Butler is the perfect guy to pair up with Steph Curry, not because of what Jimmy Buckets can do with the ball, but because of what Jimmy Buckets can do when Steph has the ball. Defense draws to whatever side Jimmy Butler's on, right? And therefore the floor is by default opened up for Steph Curry. It's the same thing with A.J. Brown. When A.J. Brown is playing an outside X position, and it is a man coverage scheme like the Chiefs like to run, they're going to take the single high. He's going to play a couple of yards shaded to A.J. Brown's side. A.J. Brown is going to, more often than not, is going to beat in a straight route his man-to-man cover, which means that the single high or the second back, if they do decide, because Kansas City will occasionally shift to a Tampa 2, if they shift to that, whoever is dropped back on his side of the field or shaded to it has got to roll over and help cover up A.J. Brown. And if they've got to roll and help cover up A.J. Brown, what does that mean for me? Now, all of the sudden, the Eagles have some other dudes that come into play. The Eagles have some guys like Devontae Smith, guys like Jahan Dotson, guys like Dallas Goedert. You know what Dallas Goedert's number is? That's the tight end for those of you that are maybe beginning to familiarize yourself with one of our two Super Bowl licks contenders. Dallas Goedert's the tight end for the Eagles, and he is a very good pass-catching tight end. He's not, I mean, he is a yak guy, but not like massive yak. Not yak like Travis Kelce puts down. His number has been flirting with 60 receiving yards in this game. I honestly believe that's in large part because of A.J. Brown. Because if the Chiefs are locking up A.J. Brown in man-to-man coverage, A.J. Brown starts to run underneath crossing routes. Underneath, because that's how you get your wide receiver with a step on the DB. That's how you get him where a quarterback can just throw a lead and it's an easy snag. But on top of that, if they start to show a preference to A.J. Brown in terms of their defensive coverage, it is in that spot that Dallas Goedert does what great tight ends do. Go fill that zone. Go find the vacated area of the field. Go sit in it. That's what Dallas Goedert does. So you got two options here. You can feed A.J. Brown in that man-to-man coverage because he is regularly beating defenders and you can take care of him. Or you can get him a couple of targets, show the Chiefs that you are absolutely paying attention to him, wait till they begin to roll either the single high or the Tampa 2 high coverage over to A.J. Brown, then run him out of an area, run Dallas Goedert into it, and wango bango, your tight end's putting up 60 yards. A.J. Brown has got to be a dude. That's key number 4. Key number 5, this one goes back to Kansas City. And I think this is a big one. Kansas City has to do what Kansas City does, whether it makes the fans mad or not. Kansas City has got to win in the numbers games. I am talking about turnovers. I am talking about penalties. Check out these numbers. When it comes to the Kansas City Chiefs, the Chiefs, and this is going to be a conspiracy theory peak for many of you, the Chiefs lead the league with the fewest penalties per game. They were penalized 5.4 times per game. That is the second fewest penalties per game in the 32-team NFL. You know who the second least penalized team in the league was? The Philadelphia Eagles, 5.9. They got 1/2 of a penalty more than the Kansas City Chiefs. One of the things that Chiefs fans have been screaming ever since this Chiefs refs conspiracy theory began was that the Kansas City Chiefs, I think it's 12 consecutive playoff games where the Kansas City Chiefs have had fewer penalties than their opponent.
I wonder what happens if you eliminate false starts thanks to one certain tackle.
My bet is that number goes from like 5.4 down to like 4 or 3.5. I bet it goes down closer to 3.5. Now, I will say this. Great one. As somebody who watched the overwhelming majority of your games, just in case I was watching the three-peat, I wanted to make sure I was there for it. Earlier in the season, the NFL had a point of emphasis of false starts for tackles who got that first kick or illegal procedure or illegal formation when tackles had their helmet behind the hip of the center, right? That was the point of emphasis. Early in the year, in fact, I go back to week 1. I recall you and I having a conversation that it might be a long year for Kansas City because in the opening weeks, the refs were definitely calling your couple of players for false starts and for illegal formations. It was week 1, I think, and I could be wrong. I think it was week 1, and I don't remember who you guys handed at left tackle in that game because you guys have rotated freaking offensive linemen all year long
because of injury.
Yeah, I don't remember who was in at left tackle that game, but I do remember they got like 4 false start calls in week 1. And that was a spot where I came in on Monday and I was like, Zoe, your offensive line coach had better get to work or it's going to be a long season. That didn't keep up. That didn't hold up because the Chiefs, and this is the one spot where I will be, and I'm curious if Zoe agrees or not, I do think the Chiefs were allowed to fall back into that old tendency of left tackle getting early kick on pass pro. I do think that went back. I think the refs kind of got tired of calling it because it did. And in week 1, we all talked about it. It bogged that game down a lot.
As far as camera angles go, I don't know if they purposefully made sure that they didn't show a camera angle where you could see if that particular tackle was false starting or not. But you didn't see it very often going forward. It still happened during the season.
Oh, 100%.
Trust me, it still happened when you hear false start. Automatically, you know who it is.
The reality is, I don't need.
So you don't believe for a second that possibly he got better at it?
No, because I have a television.
Okay, well,
and eyeballs.
Well, you're watching that all 12 angle that nobody else is watching. So
not for regular Sunday NFL games.
Okay.
They don't give me that in game.
I mean, we could go in depth, and you and I every day. Well, we only have one more day after today. We could go in there and sit down and watch every Chiefs game, every play, every offensive play, and you can show me all the times that he moves. I mean, and that would prove your point.
Genuinely be happy to, because it is absolutely something that continue to happen. But that's not necessarily the point of the conversation. The conversation is Kansas City's got to win that margin.
It's not real, and you're wrong.
No,
you're just a hater.
It's definitely real.
Hater.
I'm not a hater. I picked you to win.
You can hate and still try to win money.
That's also true. I think that the penalties, Chiefs have to make it game 13. It has to become 13 consecutive games where Kansas City is less penalized than their opponents. I also think it's the turnover margin. You know what else the Chiefs had the fewest of in the regular season? Turnovers. They had the fewest turnovers in the league. They don't hand the ball off very often. Neither do the Eagles. One of the things that I think makes this game very interesting to me is that you absolutely, empirically, statistically have two of, if not the two, most disciplined and fundamentally sound National Football League teams. Neither of these teams makes a lot of mistakes. Neither one of these teams has a lot of turnovers. Neither one of these teams is penalized very often. I think Kansas City still has to make sure that they are ahead in those two margins, turnovers and penalties. That's what's made Kansas City special so far. They'll let you beat you. Buffalo beat themselves in the AFC title game, and the Chiefs were just there to sink the dagger. That's what they've done all year. That's why Kansas City doesn't cover, because they don't come out and necessarily feel like they have to dominate you. They just come out and go, you're going to make a mistake, and I'm not. And when you make a mistake, I'll throw the haymaker. And if you don't make a mistake, then we will win by 3. And if you do, we'll win by 7. It's been that way all year. Final key to the game. This is a guy whose name Lonzo said earlier in the week. This is a conversation that Lonzo brought up earlier in the week, and I think he hit the nail on the head. The Eagles have to successfully run the ball with Saquon. The Chiefs have to stop it. I think the other side of that conversation is the exact same thing, Lonzo. I think the unspoken hero of this game could very much be Kareem Hunt. I think it very much could be a exclamation point on the redemption arc of Kareem Hunt. Look, he's not Saquon Barkley. Nobody's arguing that he is. But
who's Saquon's backup?
Saquon Barkley, well, they usually go, I don't want to say platoon behind Saquon. The backup running back primarily is Ken Gainwell, although we did see a young man by the name of Will Shipley break out a little bit in the NFC title game.
But think about Kareem Hunt, Pacheco.
Isaiah Pacheco's back there too.
P-Ryan.
Isaiah Pacheco's back there too.
P-Ryan scored a touchdown against Buffalo. So, I mean.
Well, Shipley scored a touchdown against
anyway,
Washington.
I'll take P-Ryan over Shipley right now. Shipley has an upside.
That's fair.
But P-Ryan's been there for a long time.
I wouldn't disagree with that.
And this is a Super Bowl, and might be some nerves.
I would absolutely say at RB1, obviously the check mark goes to Philly.
It does.
As RB unit, as in what happens if guy 1 can't do it, I would say Kansas City takes the check mark. That being said, I think Kareem Hunt has got a little bit of bleep you America left in him. I think this is a game that Kareem Hunt is going to look and go, yeah. Saquon's good, but I'm here too, buddy. And what I cannot have for key number 6 is the Philadelphia Eagles having that beep, 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 sight finder locked in so much on number 15 that they forget Kareem Hunt is back there and he goes on a couple of scampers. Because if Kareem Hunt is able to put up 75, 80 himself and just be in the neighborhood with Saquon, a lot of the rest of that falls to Patrick Mahomes.
Just keep in mind, and I've said this before, I'm going to say it again, but let me give you a different angle. Have you ever left somewhere and then where you left just started flourishing and just doing things that you're like, why didn't they do that when I was there?
Yes.
That's Kareem Hunt. I mean, he screwed up and he got let go.
Yep.
And he's able to make his way back. But while he was gone, the team went to the Super Bowl a couple times, got some rings, and he didn't get one because he screwed up.
Yeah.
And now he's got a chance to make up for that team-wise and do something that he wasn't able to do before.
Yeah, the redemption tour of Kareem Hunt has been interesting to watch.
And that doesn't happen if Pacheco doesn't get hurt.
I don't disagree with that either. What I do think is if there is a player on the field for either team that I think you could go, that's the guy that motivated, everybody on the Chiefs to get the three-peat, everybody on the Eagles to stop them. Nobody wants to be the footnote in history that you were the team that lost and gave Kansas City the three-peat. But if there is a team, or if there's a player on either team that has a personal motivation that I think manifests in this game, I think it's Saquon Barkley to give the old back to the Giants, and I think it's Kareem Hunt to make up for the lost time based on his own bad actions and behaviors. As much as I said key for Kansas City number 1 is to limit Saquon Barkley, key number 3 for the Philadelphia Eagles, in my opinion, is do not let Kareem Hunt get lost in the sauce while you're focused on Patrick Mahomes. There's my 6 keys. What are yours? 844-326-3663, Sports Flash.
Flurry of moves across the NBA as the deadline approaches at 3 p.m. today. Yesterday, the Miami Heat traded Jimmy Butler to the Golden State Warriors in a multi-team deal. The Warriors were making a push for Kevin Durant, who informed them, I ain't doing that. Butler will decline his $52 million option in favor of a 2-year, $111 million deal. Andrew Wiggins, Kyle Anderson, and a 2025 first-rounder will go to Miami in return, while Dennis Schroeder will go to the Jazz, and Utah sends P.J. Tucker to Miami. New Orleans Pelicans have sent forward Brandon Ingram to the Toronto Raptors in return for Bruce Brown, Kelly Olynyk, and a first and second rounder. Ingram has been out since early December with a sprained ankle. Make sure you tune in Saturday at 4 p.m. as Furman Paladins take on the Chattanooga Mocs. It's Furman versus Chattanooga right here on your home for Furman Paladins basketball. The Fan, upstate.
I'm in the hallway waiting for you.
That's weird. You singing that after you were out in the hallway.
I just listened to it in the Fortress of Nerditude.
Needed motivation or something?
I needed to pick me up.
Okay.
You know, sometimes you just need to pick me up.
I have no idea what the song is, but
Red Wine Supernova by Chapel Roan.
Well, that's
it's
the same
a
thing that you were singing.
slapper.
Another Ho song. Why are you singing Ho songs all the time?
Because they slap. And because ladies is pimps too. Go on, brush your shoulders off.
I don't get the reference, but it was
Jay-Z.
It was very, I mean,
You said that, and pimping ain't easy.
Hello.
That was perfect
good morning.
timing.
Dr. He's messing with me. All right, hang on. It's like, okay. Made me not use my telephone voice.
No small talk for Lulu Kesson today.
This is not, well, as we've established, there's not really a whole lot usually anyway for anybody because I don't do that. I've tried it a couple times throughout my life and realized that I'm not good at it. So. Now, if you approach me with a non-political topic, we can have a discussion. And if you approach me with a political topic, I will direct you to Rob Brown because he enjoys those conversations.
Yes, he does.
I do not. I don't care.
No, Kane, actually. Let me check in on that today, as a matter of fact. I'll have an update for you tomorrow. Or at least try to. I'm not going to promise anything.
Stephen, like always, I have the tendency to try to talk faster than I'm reading. And so I'll have to change my cadence on occasion to slow myself down. Because I'm on the edge of a stumble and I know I am. And then I start getting in my head, like, you're going to mess up. You're going to mess up. It's like, why? If I mess up, who cares? Shut up. As long as I'm not giving bad stats. If I do, I'm blaming somebody else who will go nameless. Wait, it's shiny. That is hair. I think he has let his hair come back. Look at it. Oh, now they're not showing it because they're outside. There's no hair, no lights. Well, there has to be lights out there. I guess that's the French Quarter. Never having been there, it looks nice.
French Quarter is beautiful. Can't wait to get down there.
I didn't see any bead exchanges going on in the background. That probably would be a problem for them.
The Rob Brown Show back on your radio. I'm also very excited about our next guest. Okay, all right. The Rob Brown Show back. The Rob Brown Show back on your radio. It's the Fan Upstate. Welcome in, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages. I am Rob Brown.
Why'd you stress children?
Of all ages. On the other side of the metaphorical glass, the great Malonzo joins us here. Not joins us. He's the show. I join him every morning. It is 8 o'clock on a Thursday. You know what that means? We take a little roadie right on over to Columbia, South Carolina, and we welcome in a young lady who has been more than gracious to join us in this time slot for a number of weeks, and I suspect she will be here at least until it's time, and it will be time at some point for her to step further up into the sports broadcasting world. The legendary Lulu Kesson, who covers the Gamecock Athletic Department for the Greenville News, joins us now on the show. Good morning, Lulu Kesson.
Good morning. I hope you guys are doing well. Thanks for having me as always.
Doing exceptional. And of course, before we get started, I wanted to take just a minute because obviously we didn't have you on yesterday, and it was yesterday. But to you, Lulu Kesson, and to all of the incredible women that we have had the opportunity to work with here on the Rob Brown Show, Savannah Lee, Emily Adams, your predecessor, Alexis Eckerson over with the Swamp Rabbits, Terry Johnson used to be with the Swamp Rabbits, now with the Nashville Predators, Anna Catherine English, who works for Limestone University, and the countless others I've missed. Happy Girls and Women in Sports Day. Y'all make the conversation better, and we are honored to have you, Lulu Kesson. So thank you.
Oh, that's so sweet. Thank you so much. I'm very grateful for everyone before me and next to me. And yesterday was a fun day of celebrating everything, all the lovely things that come with being a woman in sports. So
I'm
thank
glad
you.
to
I
hear it.
appreciate that.
Of course. Very glad to hear it. All right. Now let's do the sports thing, Lulu Kesson, and let's catch up with everything happening over there in Columbia. And we usually start it off this way because, well, it's the off season. Because we have a few more days until we get to National Recruiting Day. But this is also a very important time, even though it is relatively quiet out here in the streets for the fans that follow the team. It is still a very important time for Shane Beamer, for a South Carolina Gamecock football team. Is there anything happening right now that's maybe a little off the radar? Any conversations that are happening right now that you think Gamecock fans may want to be privy to? Or is Shane kind of keeping everything sealed up tight?
I wouldn't necessarily say that Shane is keeping everything sealed up tight, but at the same time, he sort of is. I guess one thing that yesterday fans probably saw that Donovan Murph, a wide receiver from Irmo, signed. And, it was National Signing Day yesterday. There was early signing day in December, which was when pretty much all of Beamer's class of 2025 recruits officially signed and committed. So Murph actually revealed that his signing at Irmo, the classic, you have all the kids out there with their families and at a table and everything, that was actually more of kind of just for show, because he had silently signed with the team. He made it seem like back in October. He at first didn't want to tell reporters and then was like, oh, I'll tell you guys. It was after the Ole Miss game. Even though they lost, I told Coach Beamer that I would be, signing and joining the program. And then he didn't wait to reveal it until January 2nd, which is when he did, I think it was the Under Armour All-American game, or it was some Under Armour game. And then he put on a Gamecocks hat, revealed where he was going, and then had an insane one-handed catch. So I think the whole idea of at first I kind of saw it as Shane got a really great local recruit. And then when he revealed that he was, committed, I guess, back in October, especially after the Ole Miss game, that says a lot about what he saw in the program and what he thinks of Beamer and South Carolina football.
Yeah, we've talked a number of times, and mainly because it is kind of peak off-season conversation, Lulu Kesson, about the culture building of Shane Beamer and how that shows up in the world of recruiting. But I don't think that it is, at least to me, tiring to point out the number of recruits over the last really couple of years, but especially it feels like this recruiting cycle, who have gone out of their way to point out the fact that this is a place where they were made to feel special. This is a place that kind of has a very unique chemistry. And a lot of schools like to talk about that being, their family environment or whatever. But Shane, it feels like he has made it a point of emphasis to the point that recruits feel like grabbing a mic and talking about it is the right thing to do.
I think so. And I think that just goes to stuff that we've talked about before, where Shane doesn't want to take away anyone's individuality. He just wants to make sure that he's making everyone feel comfortable and welcome and, in some degree under some type of, general system. But at the same time, he wants to give everyone, the ability to approach it and make kind of Gamecock football their own. And so I think that goes to, the people that want to talk about it and advocate and, are more vocal about it are going to feel comfortable doing so because of that.
Lulu Kesson from the Greenville News joining us here on the Rob Brown Show, and the Fan Upstate does so every Thursday at 8 a.m. All right, Lulu, let's get into a little women's basketball. I want to go back and start by talking about the game against Auburn. You had pointed out something on X when that game was taking place. It ended up being an 83-66 win, which, on the final scoreboard looks real good. But you pointed out that there were a couple of spots where it felt like there was a little bit of disjointed conversation, communication. There were a couple of spots where, and this is not something we're used to out of a Don Staley coach team, the fundamentals broke down a little bit, and maybe the ladies allowed Auburn to hang in this game a little bit longer than you would have liked. Give me your thoughts on that win over the War Eagle Tigers.
Yeah, I talked to Don directly about that because there were instances, like off the top of my head, I'm remembering one where two players basically went after the same loose ball, didn't have an Auburn defender on them. So then it just kind of was like, okay, ball back to Auburn because two South Carolina players knocked it out of each other's hands. And then on a fast break, two people went up in the air for the same ball and luckily didn't collide. And I mean, they collided but didn't get hurt. It was just little things like that. So I was kind of trying to see from Dawn's perspective where that came from. And she credited Auburn's defense. She said that Auburn's defense was like high pressure and relentless and forced South Carolina to, make the 4th, 5th, 6th pass and kind of just threw off the overall, for lack of a better word, vibe of South Carolina's offense. They worked through it. They got, through it with transition offense and kind of just running out Auburn because they had the depth to do so. But definitely it was a weird moment, at least in the first half, where it felt like something wasn't clicking on offense. And Dawn thinks it was, probably a little bit of South Carolina, but a lot of just what Auburn was doing really, really well defensively.
This matchup with Auburn and Auburn obviously being a team that has been hanging around the 500 mark in the Southeastern Conference, which is obviously a very good conference for women's basketball, but it is a 500 team in it. What, in your opinion, as you get set, effectively one more tune-up match taking on Georgia before you kind of hit the home stretch of pretty good SEC teams the rest of the ride? What, aside from communication, do you think Dawn works on getting cleaned up before this Georgia matchup tonight?
Definitely rebounding. South Carolina has gotten destroyed on the boards, even if at the end of the game, the stats favor South Carolina in terms of rebounding. Like, they've been giving up some crucial rebounds for, consistent stretches throughout games. They've lost the rebounding battle. They've almost lost the rebounding battle. Like, that just, I think, in general needs to get cleaned up because that's exactly what happened against Texas, where Texas destroyed them on the offensive boards. I think it was like 18-3 after the first, I don't want to say quarter, it might have been, but first half at least. South Carolina managed to pull it together, but like Texas isn't going to miss as many shots as they did the first time around. So South Carolina needs to be incredibly careful and get them off the boards after they make the first miss because they're not going to be as bad shooting as they were the first time.
Yeah, I think that's I think that's obviously something that South Carolina in years gone by with names like Wilson and Boston, et cetera, I think they've almost maybe been able to take that for granted a little bit, Lulu Kesson, because they've just had the bodies and the talent down there. And obviously that's a big reload spot. You still got players like Chloe Kitts who can get down there and kind of bang in the paint a little bit, but you don't really have that dominant force anymore, which means you've got to transition to a more team-friendly rebounding style. And I wonder if just being as talented in the paint for as long as the Gamecocks have been maybe kind of created a world where they just assumed it was going to be the same thing? Or do you think this is just a young team that's kind of still learning the ropes, even if they are the number 2 team in the country?
I think it's a little bit of both because I don't think it was necessarily as big of a problem to start the year as it is recently. And so that's kind of to your first point of like, I think they knew they didn't have 6'7" Cardoso in the paint to rebound. And so they put a really strong emphasis on it. Why that's kind of suffered as of late, I'm not necessarily sure, but I imagine it's it's a young team, but it's a very mature veteran team at the same time. That's kind of what I've been talking about all year. And people are probably tired of me hearing like it's the same team, but it's different. And obviously they don't have Ashton Watkins, who had, a record 20 rebounds in a single game last year and was averaging, I think, like 7 or 8 or 9 by the time she was injured this year. So I think it's more of, okay, we were adjusted to how things were going to go in the beginning of the year-ish. Watkins got hurt. Now we're kind of out of the loop and not doing the dirty work, the extra work to get on the glass and to get those rebounds.
Lulu Kessin from the Greenville News joining us here on the Rob Brown Show and the Fan Upstate. You've got that game. Then obviously you've got another matchup with a Texas team that I think is probably one of the bigger threats, at least within the conference, Lulu Kessin. So I know we're a little bit out. That game will be played before the next time you and I get together. It is on the road in Austin. Can you give me some early thoughts on that one?
Yeah, yeehaw. I'm going to Texas for the first time. Selfishly, I'm very excited. I mentioned it a little bit, but I'll just kind of say it simply. I strongly believe this won't be the same type of game. South Carolina's home arena obviously is really hard to play in. And I think Madison Booker, one of the best players in college basketball, she finished like 3 of 18 that game. I want to say she was rattled, but she was off. She was missing layups. Texas was missing layups and easy shots. So I think South Carolina they'll listen to this and listen to me, but they'll need to prepare for a better shooting offense and just a more together Texas team. That's not to say South Carolina didn't deserve the win. I mean, Bree Hall played fantastic on defense against Booker. But Dawn even said they missed a lot of shots. So I think in their own home arena, it's just going to be a little bit stronger of an offense overall that I think South Carolina is going to face, which in my opinion will make the game super interesting and a win for South Carolina that much better.
All right, last one, and we'll let you go. Lulu Kessin, A'ja Wilson, arguably the best women's basketball player on planet Earth, obviously a former Gamecock. The jersey got hung in the rafters at Columbia Life Arena. They did a whole celebration around her as she was at the game the other day. Talk to me a little bit about just the continuing relationship between the WNBA's best, one of the best on planet Earth, and what that night was like to pay homage and respects to one of the greatest Gamecocks of all time.
Yeah, it was great. I think it was exactly what Wilson wanted it to be. You know, she was very understanding and acknowledging of the fact that a jersey retirement often comes before a game. So she wasn't there to take all the attention from South Carolina in that sense, but she was also understanding that people wanted to honor her in another way. I mean, I love that now she has a statue outside of the arena and now her jersey inside of the arena. Like, so few people and players can say that. And it was just a very fun day to watch her and Dawn's relationship firsthand. And, you know, something that's unique about the WNBA is that the season starts in May. And, last year you had Caitlin Clark, you had Camila Cardoso, Cameron Brink, you had these high draft picks whose season had just ended, April, late March. And I think A'ja is very understanding of that and is very vocal with prospective, players in the WNBA, people like Bree Hall, Tahina Pau that want to make that jump. And she's giving as much advice now as she can because the transition is so rapid and it's so different. You leave college and then all of a sudden you're potentially a professional basketball player fighting for a spot after being a starter for 4 years. So we watched A'ja practice with the team and basically talk and answer their questions for like 25 minutes after. So it was very cool.
That is awesome. And also really dope shoe line coming out for that young lady. Rob Brown may have to cop a pair. Lulu Kessin.
Oh my gosh, they're so cool. Yeah, I love them.
They're dope. They're dope. I'm gonna end up by that. Listen, I have one pair of men's designer shoes. I got a pair of J's, and that's really it. I'm gonna end up by the time the season kicks off with 2 pair of women's shoes. I'm gonna end up with a Caitlin pair. I'm gonna end up with the A'ja pair because they are dope.
I love that for you. There you go.
Lulu Kessin from the Greenville News. She covers the Gamecocks. Joins us every Thursday at 8 a.m. Yeehaw indeed. Enjoy Austin. It's weird. You'll love it. And we'll talk to you next week, young lady. Thank you very much.
All right. Thanks for having me. Have a good weekend, guys.
You too. Thank you very much. Lulu Kessin from the Greenville News joining us on the show. She leaned into that yeehaw there too.
Absolutely.
I said, break this name down. She said, yeehaw, going to Texas. Loved it. Loved it. Hey, when we come back, Audio Blitz. Let's jump into some of the best audio that we've captured since yesterday. We'll listen to and react to it next on the Rob Brown Show on the Fan Upstate.
He's let his hair come back. It's That's what it is. It's just
Trying to see where they are in the quarter. It looks like they're actually on Frenchman Street, which is in the quarter, but kind of like a block or two, not a block or two, a street or two over from Bourbon Street. Frenchman is where the people that live there and want to go listen to music go. It's like downtown, but out of the way.
So it's the Hottie.
Yeah, no. It's very not. It's dives, but it's like local dives.
Oh, okay.
Be right back, guys.
Had a scare this morning, so I woke up a little bit earlier, like a few minutes earlier, and decided to go ahead and get up. And there were headlights coming up the driveway at 4 a.m. And that just doesn't happen. And Lisa has a chair, so when she's having back problems or something, she goes in the living room. It's something Cameron got her for Christmas a long time ago. But it's the whole thing, heat, massage, all that stuff. So she just happened to be in there, and I'm like, there are headlights coming up. She's like, what? So I'm like, okay, what is this? And then it was a truck hauling a trailer. And then my first thought is, paid my car payment, right? It's like, yeah. And I'm like, okay. Would the trash man come at 4 a.m.? And then, dude couldn't turn around because he brought a trailer back there with him.
Yeah.
So he backed all the way down the driveway. So I expected to hear a crash in down through there.
Yeah.
Because one of the trees that fell down hasn't been moved a whole lot. It's just enough off the driveway that you can barely get past it to go onto the bridge. But that's a little freaky when you're not expecting that. which is never back there. So I'm not going outside to see who it is because I'm safer in the house than I am out of the house. And so I'm just waiting to see, okay, is this guy? I just watched him try to back down the thing. It was so I don't know if it's a trash guy or not. I think there was still trash there this morning. I'm not going to go open up the trash cans at 4 a.m. because there's stuff in there sometimes, animals.
All right, let's get some sound in here, shall we? The Audio Blitz, some of the best audio we have picked up over the past few hours. Let's start with this. Adam Schefter was on the the ESPN NFL podcast the other day, and they were talking about, as is the conversation in the NFL, like it or not, whether or not the Chiefs get calls. I got to tell you, even if you believe it is, it's kind of getting exhausting at this point, but also very valid if you've lost trust in the NFL. Shefty was asked about it, and he came to the defense of Patrick Mahomes.
I think every great player gets the benefit of the doubt. Michael Jordan got the benefit of the doubt. LeBron James gets the benefit of the doubt. Tom Brady got the benefit of the doubt. They get the benefit of the doubt because they deserve it. I don't think it's rigged. I don't think it's scripted. I don't buy into any of that. I buy into the fact that the Chiefs are one of the most clutch teams in history. Yeah. They've won 17 straight one-score games. It's not because of calls that have went their way. They're clutch. They're one of the great one-score teams, maybe the greatest one-score team in NFL history. Like, I think we're looking for excuses to try to detract from the Chiefs' greatness.
It don't work, dude. It don't work. We all remember it was only a few days ago that you said relief is on the way about Patrick Mahomes. You said that. Ain't nobody forgetting that crap. I mean, and since then, all he's done is heap praise on the Chiefs, thinking it's going to quell the fire. No, this is a raging fire.
An inferno.
Go away.
You know, I really played that because I was curious if Lonzo would stand his ground on Shefty.
I'm over here taking care of some business, and no.
I was just curious if the great one was going to jump in and go, that a baby Shefty, way to make your move, or if he was going to say, you know what, I busted you up 3 days ago, and I'm going to keep busting you up now. And I appreciate the consistency out of the great one. Two absolute legends of the broadcasting game got back together when Rich Eisen joined the Dan Patrick Show. Do you want to guess what they talked about?
I'm going to go with Chiefs.
If we jump the shark on criticizing the officials or thinking the officials are slanted in one way, like we're overly critical, we think that they're somehow rigged, and could there be more transparency?
The transparency that you might be looking for is something that I do believe they do in the spring leagues, which is you listen in on the conversation.
I like that.
As the officials at headquarters and at the facility are talking about it.
Yes.
So you actually hear it. And so you know who might be personally responsible to say, I can't tell if that's a first down or not by Josh Allen. I just think that if they do put a chip in the football and they do have lasers, I want refs with freaking lasers on their head, and you figure out to the nth millimeter where to spot the football, there will always be people who go, who owns the chip company? Take a look at who owns the chip company.
Who invested?
They once went to school with Robert Kraft's great-grandson. I don't know where it ends or where it begins. I know I'm accused of being a company man when it comes to that. I don't care because I just definitely know there's no chance that somebody is sitting there, or for instance, in the NFC Championship game on the take going, I hope Drew Brees throws it in my direction, because there's no way I'm calling pass interference if there's anything close to contact. I just don't know how that happens. I know there are gamblers out there who would be sitting there thinking I'm completely naive. I just know how hard, and you know it too. And that's why Travis Kelce said this week, he was asked in his media session, do you have a question for the press? And his answer was, why are you puffing this story up? Because you know how hard I work. You should, as a professional, know how hard we all work, how long it takes to get to this point for a third straight year. My God. And you're thinking that there's some zebra out there putting their thumbprint on it. I just know that it's just the same thing that we were talking about with the Patriots dynasty. It's the same thing we're going to talk about with the next dynasty.
It's not, though. It's not the same thing because the Patriots had, were caught cheating. So, and the Chiefs have not cheated. And no one's saying that the Chiefs are cheating. They're saying the refs are cheating for the Chiefs.
That's correct.
And that is not the same. It's similar in the fact that there's controversy, but it's not the same.
That is correct. The argument isn't that the Chiefs are cheating. It's that the refs are, to use Rich Eisen's phraseology there, putting their thumbprints on the game.
And the referees have come out and addressed this too. I sent that to you earlier in the week. They've come out and addressed it, which they usually shouldn't have to. They shouldn't have to.
In fairness, I approached that with the same absolute jaded approach that I took to the Saints when they said, "Oh, we investigated ourselves and we found we've done nothing wrong." Yeah, that tends to happen when you investigate yourself, right? That's like when Congress does a congressional hearing on Congress. Turns out they never did anything wrong when they are the only body who can investigate the body. All right.
So you're saying you believe that the refs are cheating?
No, I do believe.
Because it's kind of implied with the way that with your analogy.
I believe what Shefty said a few minutes ago, which is superstars get superstar calls. And I will say, because I probably should have spent more time on this, Shefty said guys like Mahomes, same as Jordan, same as Brady, same as all these other legends, they get the benefit of the doubt, quote, because they deserve it. That's where you lose me. I don't think any player deserves a call that another player wouldn't get. It either is or it isn't. I have had to rectify that in my brain and come to the recognition reality that whether I think that's true or not, it happens. I hate it. It shouldn't. If it's a call on Derek Carr, it's a call on Drake May, it's a call on Mahomes, or it's not. But superstars get superstar calls, and that goes not just with individual players, it goes with teams as well. The Jordan rules are real, and so I do believe there is at least some influence. I do not think it is rigged. I have said that. I do not believe it is scripted. Sorry, Tribal Chief. I do not believe that the NFL has preferred winners and losers. I just think that, and I think this because we have seen it across every major sport, and we have seen it from team to team and player to player. I think that subconsciously or otherwise, some players and the best teams get calls in their favor for whatever reason it happens. And I just happen to think that right now the Chiefs are them. And the difference between the Chiefs and so many other Super Bowl teams is you guys have been around for 5 years now in the mix at the top of the league.
I just want to point one thing out. You've noticed that the Stephen A. Smiths of the world have stopped. Just suddenly they stopped after Buffalo didn't make it. I'm gonna say that's the reason why Buffalo didn't make it. They just stopped. So that noise from that level has stopped. I'm curious from you because you get to spend time with national audiences and on national shows. Was that ever there on the radio side, on the betting side? And if so, has it
that's been
lightened up?
Yes, but that's not just about the Chiefs. That's about everybody. That's about LeBron James. That's about Roger Federer in tennis. Like, it is absolutely a belief in the gambling world that certain superstars get calls.
What I'm talking about is like on BetGM or on your show on Saturday. What does Cody say about it? What do the guys on BetGM say about it?
The guys on BetMGM tonight, Ryan Horvat, Brad Evans, which you can hear right here on this and other fine radio stations every weekday from 7 to 11 p.m.
I apologize for getting it.
It's all good.
I forgot the M. Okay,
you did forget an M.
I forgot an M.
On the
I'm from Ohio
BetMGM
State,
network, by
and
the
I'm
way.
wearing an Ohio State shirt. So forgetting an M it's.
Yeah, but you said the second one.
Yeah, well,
you
you're
should
right.
just call it the Bet G show.
You could have went with me.
BetG
you
tonight.
helped me there.
They are in the camp that I am in, which is refs have had an impact for sure, but they've had an impact the way that they've always had an impact, which is superstar teams and superstars get calls. Subconsciously, consciously, I don't know. But they absolutely get calls. And it has influenced the game to some degree. Again, I straight up say, while I have said a number of times it's not rigged, I don't believe it's rigged. I don't think the NFL is. In fact, you know what? Let me play you this clip from this is Chris Sims. Chris Sims was asked about this on Radio Row, and then I'll give you what I was thinking because he kind of addressed it too.
It's one of the dumbest things in American sports right now, right? Well, the Chiefs are like the NFL. We all agree can't figure out what a holding call is, but now there's a fix, and nobody's telling anybody that the whole league is orchestrating just the Chiefs to win. We can't figure out pass interference, but we're going to figure out how to tell everybody to quietly and stage the whole year for the Chiefs, okay? So that's the first dumb thing in American sports. The second dumb thing is, like all the penalties. First off, the fact that the 6th play of the game with a roughing the passer call on Patrick Mahomes, and we're like, that dictated the game against the clutchest team in the fourth quarter I've ever seen in my life, but the 6th play of the game determined it? Like, get out of here. Also, the winning team doesn't go back and watch stuff and put on social media, oh, they missed this call. Oh, they won. They've moved on. The losers go back and go, well, how did I get screwed? Let me make an excuse. And that's what happened. We saw this with the Patriots. It was the same type of thing, right? Oh, they get every call. I saw it in the 90s with Michael Jordan. No, I mean, yes, there's some human emotion that goes into it, and everybody wants to be liked by the best team and the best player. But to think the fix is in and all that, I could go back in Houston game or the Buffalo game and find plenty of penalties. But the Chiefs fans are on to the Eagles, and those teams are stuck and mad at the Chiefs. So they're going to go look for those penalties. And the Chiefs fans are like, no, we beat you. We don't want to waste our time. We're on to the Eagles. And I think that's why I'd say shut up, everybody.
Shut up, everybody. That's where I am. I'm in that same spot. I think subconsciously, consciously, I don't know. But the favorite players, the favorite teams get calls, always have. I wish it wasn't that way. Honestly, if it's a foul on Mahomes, it should be a foul on Carr. If it's a foul on Carr, it should be a foul on Mahomes. I agree with that take. But I also understand the reality of the situation is that's not it. That's where I fall. But I also understand the people who are upset.
I also always have a caveat. If the ref didn't see it, it didn't happen. But, you know, that's a player mentality.
I don't think that's a caveat. I think that's just how the game works, right? If the whistle and the flag don't come out, it kind of is what it is. So I got some more sound for you. We will keep the audio blitz rolling on the other side. The Rob Brown Show, the Fan Upstate.
Here on the set, Happy Gilmore 2. Definitely brings back a lot of memories from the first one. Obviously, this is a completely different experience for me, but I can't believe I'm a part of that. Perfection. Thank you. That was good, boys. I started watching Full Swing. It's great. Nice. Yeah, it's really well done. Yeah. You guys right here. You don't have to say that. Oh, sure. So it's awful.
I'm kind of excited about that, to be honest with you. The fact that they have like the entire PGA circuit on it, I'm pretty excited about that.
Yeah. Koepka and DeChambeau were right there, and a bunch of other guys. But it'll probably be in a way like the first one was, where you can throw in some golfers, some actual golfers.
Yep.
Even if you're not a golf fan, you'll know, hey, that's a pro golfer.
Yep.
I don't know who that guy is, but who was the guy who kept showing up in the first one? Man, I know who he is, and for some reason it just left my. He just kept showing up and shaking his head.
Was it Lee Trevino, right?
No, I don't think so.
I think it was Lee Trevino. In fact, I'm pretty sure it was Lee Trevino. Yeah, it was Lee Trevino.
Was it?
Yeah.
Okay. As long as it doesn't end with Shooter winning. Unless Happy lets him win.
I'm here for a Shooter redemption arc.
I just want to see MJF. Because his wrestling angles right now are horrible.
Yeah, they are.
Hopefully he's good in this movie.
MJF is and it's not on him. MJF is on the borderline of going from one of the white hottest rockets in wrestling to irrelevant.
This is
I'm almost to the point where I'm like,
I signed an extension for this.
correct. I'm almost to the point where I bet he's waking up on the daily like, I could have jumped. But again, I've asked the question, does a scaled down, somewhat censored version of MJF work in WWE?
Yeah, it does, especially on Monday nights. Because they'll let him get away with a little more than they let other people get away with.
Yeah, but he's not getting away with AEW levels of getting away with it. And
How much is he even doing with that anymore?
in fairness,
I mean, he's going after old people.
yeah, why is MJF, unless it was just requested by one of them, which I haven't heard, why is MJF working a Jeff Jarrett
He
angle?
could be being punished. That's the WWE way back with Vince. You could tell who was being punished. And he almost looks like he's being punished.
Yep. Running through some sound here on an extended version of the Audio Blitz. Rashad Beard ordinarily joins us here, but had a real work meeting today. He will rejoin the program tomorrow on the show. All right, we have done some NFL sound for you. A lot of the early sound was about the Chiefs referees conspiracy. I want to get away for that for the second half of the Audio Blitz. Let us start with something that I found yesterday and I very, very much want more of. There was a show on ESPN back in the day called Sports Science. Do you remember Sports Science? I adored that show.
Yeah, no one's surprised that you adored
I
that show.
adored that show. Correct. I adored that show because they broke down sports into the numbers, into the physics, into the science. One of my favorite segments of all
why
time.
That show didn't make it. I'm just
Because more of you need to be educationally minded. All right. That was a wonderful show. And by the way, I don't know about you, I learn better when the things that I am learning are connected to things that I love. Do you know how much better kids would do in math if instead of saying Bobby has 3 apples and Susie has 2 apples, if we said, yo, Max Fried threw 3 heaters at 95 and 4 changeups at 78. What was the average speed of a Max Fried pitch?
Yeah, the kids are already asleep. And if they say Johnny caught 3 Pikachus and Bobby only caught 2, I mean, that's probably more along the lines for a kid.
That's way worse. Put the science back in sports. You know who puts the science into everything? Ladies and gentlemen, for the very first time in Audio Blitz history, we have a Neil deGrasse Tyson clip. I have been waiting, anticipating, and here he is. Neil deGrasse Tyson was asked about the science of the tush push.
I'm asking you today, can we figure out a way to stop the Eagles at the goal line?
The Eagles have the advantage because they're hiking. And so the Eagles get like a quarter-second head start in momentum transfer. They are using Earth as a launch point for their movement. Force equals the mass
times acceleration.
Times the acceleration. And what that means is the bigger the mass, the bigger the force you will need to create the acceleration. The guys who are connected to the Earth, their mass includes that of the Earth.
Is there any way to stop the tush push? Dr. Tyson, your conclusion.
I'm happy to chalk this up as another inevitable consequence of the laws of physics manifest in this universe.
Yay!
This is a produced piece.
Yay! Yes, it's a social media
Scripted.
clip.
It's not an actual science question. It sounded like a Sklar brother asked him. Who was asking him the question?
It was from the Green Light Go podcast, this is just kind of the stuff they deal with. It's just like random.
All right, in my mind, it was a Sklar brother, and you know, if someone asks him randomly and he boom knocks it out, then I believe it.
Well, first off,
I'm guessing someone wrote it for him.
For Neil deGrasse Tyson,
not a real scientist. Not a real
I'm not
scientist.
talking to you anymore. I'm coming to you, Stream, because
Not a real
Lonzo is a
scientist.
rage baiter right now.
You would think
The man holds
as a science
multiple
guy-
PhDs.
in what?
Every
In
engineering,
what? Are you sure?
he's an astrophysicist.
Is he? From where?
Yes,
From where?
from the New York Observatory, where he runs
Wait.
the astrophysics center of the world.
So the New York Observatory gives out degrees?
No, he has degrees, and now
From
he
where?
runs. I'm done with you for right now. You're not coming after my hero, all right? You're not coming after my guy, Neil deGrasse Tyson, icon
There
legend.
goes my hero.
Neil deGrasse Tyson. And what I love is twofold. Number one is that he said a lot of what I said earlier this week when we talked tush push, and you guys called me a nerd. But here's the thing. You want to know how to stop the tush push? It's going to take a nerd to figure it out, because it is laws of physics. But the part I didn't mention, this is the part that Neil deGrasse Tyson, a certified astrophysicist, by the way, who runs the New York Observatory, brought in. No, I don't want to hear it. Brought into this conversation. It is the concept of not just the fact that the Eagles have that initial push because they have the reaction time off the snap. It is the fact that by having the reaction time, I said last week, every offensive line coach in the history of football has said what? Low man win. There's a reason that the low man wins. And the reason the low man wins is because the low man gets to continue to utilize planet Earth as his foundation. The mass transfer from Earth into that person, they have the base to utilize, versus the man who is up. All he has is his own body weight and whatever power he can generate within his body to push back. So the person below has an almost infinite mass advantage, and as force equals mass times acceleration, the equal on the opposite side, the acceleration times the mass of player and Earth, versus the force generated by acceleration times just the mass of a football player, is going to inherently be greater. That's why the low man wins.
All right, you sound
Love it.
like Doc Brown explaining something, and then like dirty ice comes out. I just want to say,
What's Marty McFly without Doc Brown? Not a damn thing. A dork in a stupid puffy jacket who gets his ass kicked by Biff Tannen. Doc Brown's the hero, not Marty McFly.
okay, by the way, he was also an excellent guitarist, Marty McFly.
Yeah. What was he doing before he met Doc Brown?
Neil
With that guitar talent?
Neil deGrasse
Nothing.
Tyson holds a bachelor's degree in physics from Harvard and a doctorate of astrophysics from Columbia University.
Mhm.
So I'm helping you out because you didn't know where he got his degrees from. Those are two noted universities. One of them, well, both Ivy League, I believe.
Columbia, for sure.
Yeah, and Harvard also. And but here's the thing.
But he's not a real scientist.
No, he's never played football before.
Oh, God.
He's
No.
What does he know?
No, I am absolutely done with you. Moving on. I don't know where. Dwayne Wade chimed in on the Luka Doncic trade. You know, there was a conspiracy. We talked about it yesterday that this was the start of the Mavericks to disassemble their own team. The new ownership that came in, former Las Vegas casino magnates. The conspiracy theory floated earlier this week was that this was the beginning of the dismantling of the Dallas Mavericks in order to move the Mavs to Las Vegas. To which I said, I don't think that's the case for two primary reasons. You got me heated. You got me under the collar. Reason number one is the DeMont family, who owns the team now, they don't have any Las Vegas. I mean, they have connections, but they don't own anything in Las Vegas. They don't own casinos right now. They don't own gyms, coliseums, whatever. The second reason is, and I found this out yesterday, there is legislation being floated right now in in Austin, Texas, that would legalize sports gambling in Dallas. Dallas is a massive market. So while there would be a benefit from going to Vegas in that it is the tourism capital of the United States, Las Vegas does not have the permanent population that Dallas does. And if gambling becomes legalized in Dallas, in Texas, guess where those Las Vegas magnates can put their next casino? In Dallas, where they own a team. So Dwayne Wade took that conspiracy theory and gave his thoughts on it.
This was billionaire business. The last 12 to 15 years, the players have decided what we want to do. This was the owners, the governors, the billionaires deciding what they want to do. And so I looked at the business of the game. I said, the NBA, the viewership in America is down. Our stars in the game today are all international players. One of the biggest international stars now, at 25 years old, is traded to the Los Angeles Lakers. The biggest market in the world for sports. Luka now shoots number 1 in jersey sales with the Lakers. We just signed him $25 billion TV deals. You get 10 years of Luka being the face of the Lakers, but you also get to put him with LeBron James, the guy who's been the face of the league, who can show him how to be the face of the league, and also who can show him how to take care of himself the way he needs to take care of himself. That is the best example you can have.
So D. Wade says the owners made this move happen. Viewership is down. However, you got a crop of global superstars, Nikola Jokic, Luka Doncic, etc., that are beginning to pop up. So how do you ensure that the next face of the league is positioned in prime time? You put him in the biggest market. You put him in a market that has international reach. You put him in Las Vegas. You get a couple of years to allow Luka Doncic to build off of, to bump draft the popularity of LeBron James. LeBron also gets to teach him how to be a celebrity, how to be the face of the league, how to take all of that and segue it into success. And then when LeBron steps away, boom, the next guy in market number 1 is already there, propped up, and ready to roll in that spot. Remember, towards the end of the Kobe Bryant era, when the Lakers sucked, the NBA also lost audience at that point. Now they can roll what is turning out to be a pretty good Lakers team. Now they can segue that from LeBron's Lakers into Luka's Lakers. Dwayne Wade said, you want to know why this trade was so shocking? Why this trade was so wild that the internet spent like 7 minutes wondering if Shams after the ShamWow got hacked because this trade can't be real? D. Wade said, look, it's to make sure that LA has a face, to make sure that LA has no rollover, and to do so utilizing your internationally growing crowd. And I got to tell you, I way subscribe to that theory more than I do the Mavs move into Vegas.
By the way, I completely agree too. I think it's a great theory, but what do you think of that if you're Anthony Davis?
One of the things
I get he's older, but what he's saying is that Anthony Davis could not be that face of the Lakers.
Anthony Davis could not be the face of the Lakers. The reason Anthony Davis was a Laker was so that he could be the face of the Lakers when LeBron hung it up. They could have got 5-6 years of AD being the guy. But here is something that New Orleans Pelicans fans realized before AD got sent to LA. AD doesn't have that dog in him. He doesn't want to wear the crown. He doesn't want to be the face. He wants to be Robin, not Batman. And because of that, I think the Lakers ultimately learned, and this is part of the reason I think they were willing to part with Anthony Davis, aside from the fact that he's 31 and Luka's 25. I think the LA Lakers were willing to part from AD because they came to the recognition of what I have been saying for a long time. Anthony Davis does not have any interest in being him, in being the guy, in being the king, and taking the crown for LeBron. He wants to go along for the ride to a championship, not drive the boat to get there. Luka, on the other hand, as evidenced by the fact that, he dragged an okay Dallas Mavericks team to the NBA Finals last year. And not just that. Here's my favorite part. I found this earlier. Go back to last year. If you want to have a fun little game, go back to last year. Last year's 2024 playoff leaders, okay, across all stats. You know who led the playoffs in points? Luka Doncic. You know who led the playoffs in rebounds? Luka Doncic. This is all teams. You know who led the playoffs in assists? Luka Doncic. You know who led the playoffs in steals last year? Luka Doncic. You know who led the playoff in field goals and three-pointers and free throws last year? Luka Doncic. You know who led the playoffs in minutes played last year? Luka Doncic. He led the entire NBA playoff field in every single statistical category, including steals. Remember, Mr. Luka ain't got no defense, Doncic. Luka Doncic, because there ain't no D. That's that guy. That's him. So, look, if AD doesn't want to be the guy, fine. We'll go get somebody who can be the guy, and we will trade a guy who doesn't want to be the guy to make sure we get the guy who's going to be the guy for a very long time after the guy leaves. It's a great move. I subscribe to the theory that was just put together by D. Wade, that this was a move to make sure that the number one television market probably on planet Earth does not have to go even 1 year without having its superstar, and considering that the league is becoming progressively more diverse and global, Luka Doncic is an international star. So the Lakers not only have a longtime face of the franchise now, but they also have a face of the franchise now that appeals to the planet, not just the United States. And we all know the game's going global. Speaking of that, Boomer Esiason had a very interesting take on the NFL expanding to Europe. And I'm going to play that for you, and we're going to talk about it coming up in the next segment of the show. No, we're not. Hayton Ask Mario. We are going to talk about it because I'll ask Hayton Ask Mario about it. That's what I was totally going to do, was segue it into that. Hayton Ask Mario, Fight Club, and then whatever you want until we ask what the X is going on and go home. Going home. Sports Flash.
Wow, and he cut himself off. That counts. And I also want to say, don't you sail a boat, not drive a boat? I don't know. If it's motorized, does that make it drive?
With sails.
No, well.
If it ain't got sails, you can't sail.
Yeah, I don't know. Obviously, I was landlocked most of my life.
You're asking the 1%er?
Yeah, I know. Anyway, a flurry of moves across the NBA as deadline approaches at 3 p.m. today. Yesterday, the Miami Heat traded Jimmy Butler to the Golden State Warriors in a multi-team deal. The Warriors were making a push for Kevin Durant, who informed the team that he had no interest in returning. He said, nope. Butler will decline his $52 million option in favor of a 2-year, $111 million deal. Andrew Wiggins, Kyle Anderson, and a 2025 first-rounder will go to Miami in return, while Dennis Schroeder will go to the Jazz, and Utah sends P.J. Tucker to Miami. Tune in this Saturday at 4 p.m. as Furman Paladins take on the Chattanooga Mocs. Furman versus Chattanooga right here when you're home for Furman Paladins basketball. The Fan, Upstate, Mocs.
There is good news. QC Kinetics, groundbreaking treatments for arthritic pain. Long-term relief is now possible. At QC Kinetics, their regenerative treatments are sweeping the nation. Tens of thousands of QC Kinetics patients will tell you, don't wait, make the call today. Talk to the local medical professionals. These new orthobiologic cellular therapies, including PRP treatments, can revitalize your joints without going.
It's funny, the Buddy thing actually made it to Saturday. Someone mentioned it on the Saturday show. Do wonder if you translate Buddy, what does it actually mean? I don't know. I'm guessing it's something, some sort of expletive. Buddy equals bleep, 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 bleep.
Mario is not hateful. Mario is one of the nicest people I've ever met. I genuinely love Mario. The reason we call him Hayton Ask Mario was because 2 years ago, Mario was the executive producer of Bet for the Cycle, my Saturday show. And every day, every Saturday, we do a game called Parlay v. Parlay Challenge, which is where myself and Cody Decker, the host of the show, put together a 3-leg parlay, as does the production team, which at the time was led by Mario. And if either team hits their 3-leg parlay, which must be odds of 5-1 or longer, and the other team does not hit their parlay, there's a punishment. Decker and I have had body parts waxed live on the air. We've had to eat disgusting things. Mario had to go to a dog park and ask a stranger to pick up dog poop with his bare hands. I sent him. Okay. Well, there was a week where Mario hit 2 out of his 3 legs. The one he missed was a Tim Anderson over 1.5 bases prop. I remember this very vividly. The next morning, Mario sent out a tweet because that was the only leg he lost. He sent out a tweet that said, "Good morning to everybody except Tim Anderson." And he tagged Tim Anderson in it. And he tagged Tim Anderson, and Tim Anderson quote tweeted him and said, "Shut your hating ass up." And so that was the day he became hating ass Mario, when Tim Anderson, famous Chicago White Sox, this was before Tim Anderson got punched in the face and put to sleep and forgot how to play baseball. Tim Anderson says, "Shut your hating ass up," directly to Mario. And that was the day he became hating ass Mario. It has nothing to do with Mario being a hater, because Mario's not a hater. He's a very nice kid.
He hates the Chiefs, so he pretty much said that last week. So
the reason that hating ass Mario is because Tim Anderson once told him to shut his hating ass up. And it just automatically stuck.
Okay. I'm also not everyone hates the Chiefs. You're not, like, we're past the point of the lovey-dovey season.
Generalizing. Stop it. Slam dunk contest. You still need to do that. I don't hate the Chiefs, and I'm a part of everyone. I'm just saying.
Because you're a Chiefs fan.
But that's still a part of everyone. When you say everyone, you mean everyone. Everybody. Across the dimensional territories.
And off we go into the final hour of the Rob Brown Show right here on the Fan Upstate. It's Thursday. You know what that means? We got Fight Club with the great Malonzo coming up in the next segment of the show with the Royal Rumble in the background. We are now on the road to WrestleMania. We'll talk some pro wrestling coming up next, but it is Super Bowl licks week here on the show. And so we're talking a lot of football today. We talked some football earlier in the show. We talk some football now as we welcome in an NBA and NFL analyst from the BetQL Network. He is also the executive producer of BetMGM Tonight, which you can hear on this and fine Odyssey stations nationwide every weekday from 7 until 11 p.m. He is hating ass Mario, a.k.a. Mario Heron. What's up, big fella?
How are we doing, gentlemen? I always, by the way, feel a little bad that I am right before Fight Club, because I feel like Fight Club is such an exciting segment. And then it's just like, here is a guy with kind of long hair still that just makes Rob and Lonzo very annoyed. So I do want to apologize to the audience, because I feel like
he's cracking on Fight Club. He's cracking on wrestling, because remember, he's kind of cracking on it.
No, I'm not cracking on wrestling. I feel like that's an exciting segment, because it's
not only do I, Club,
you know,
how you know we're not going to talk about John Jones' announcement? How you know we're not going to do that?
I would be.
What?
It hasn't been announced yet, though.
No, it hasn't. We can speculate about what it's going to be. How you know we're not going to talk about that?
I would like to.
How you know we're not going to talk about the fact that he's ducking Aspinall and is probably going to retire so he doesn't get his face beat in? How you know we're not going to talk about that?
I don't know.
There you go.
Exactly. You don't.
I would also like to point out
John Jones
that
versus McGregor.
I would also like to point out that last Tuesday on BetMGM Tonight, Ryan Horvath asked me about putting some wagers down on the Royal Rumble. All right. So wrestling, whether Mario likes it or not, very much welcome on BetMGM Tonight.
It is. I like wrestling. I like the talk of wrestling. I don't like watching it, if that makes sense, but I love the talk of it. I have no idea why. I'm fascinated by when people break it down. Because
you're I mean, you and I are usually on the same page, but you've got that condescending thing. And no. Here's the thing. People don't know that they're doing it, but they do it. Oh, you're a wrestling fan. You're that guy. And yeah. I mean, it's as has been mentioned about some things on the stream. It's a bless your heart attitude is what it is. Oh, bless your heart.
No, I'm being like completely serious. Like I love like the documentaries of wrestling. I'm really into. Like I love watching them, but for some reason I can't get into like the actual thing. But everything around it I find fascinating. The storylines, why they come together. I think that stuff, the behind the scenes stuff, I'm obsessed with.
Well, yeah, as a producer, the few times that, well, every once in a while we get to go here, and we always end up sitting behind the TV producer, and where all the screens are and everything, and you get to see it. You still see the ring very well, but you can see the guys backstage before they get ready to come out just a little bit, and you can see all the things and all the screens and everything, the audio and the video and everything they have to do, and how intricate all that kind of stuff is. It's really cool how well oiled that is.
Oh yeah. Sorry, Rob, we just completely deranged your segment.
It's okay.
No, it's your segment, and I am talking to you on your segment. So there you go.
Yeah. Welcome to the Mario Heron Show, ladies and gentlemen.
Hey, my picture's on the building, dude. We're good. Me and you could talk the entire segment.
Let's talk hating ass Mario. We'll get into the Super Bowl here in a minute, but I do want to spend a couple of minutes as the NBA trade deadline coming up here in just a few hours. We've seen a flurry of moves. First off, 12-12 Saturday night, Luka Doncic traded to the LA Lakers. A Shams Wow drops. That's what we're calling it now. That everybody was like, is this real? Is this a real thing that happened?
But he doesn't know what that is.
You know what a ShamWow is?
See? You can see it on his face.
Yeah, that's all right. I got to keep reminding myself Mario's a child.
Under 30, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Very.
So we believe that only the over 30 crowd would get that. So
we will come back to the ShamWow reference, but I do want to make sure we at least get a NBA take in here.
I'm going to stay over here. I'm going to stop.
What was your reaction? I've seen a bunch of people who have said Luka and LeBron both need the ball. They can't play together. I think that's hot garbage. I've seen people making the argument that the Mavs won the trade by ending up with Anthony Davis. I don't agree with that either. I think the LA Lakers didn't just, and everybody's talked about, well, they've solidified the future, right? They got a generational superstar for the next 10 years. They got the next face of the Lakers. Fine, they did for sure. It's also a Lakers team that's won 8 out of the last 10. A Lakers team that nobody's asking questions about JJ Redick anymore. A Lakers team that has, I think, very much gelled around LeBron James, and now they add Luka to the fold. The only thought I have is rest of the West better be paying attention to the LA Lakers now, especially with the addition they made yesterday from Charlotte.
Yep. So that's a point I wanted to start off with is after this trade, the worst trade I've ever seen in all of sports, they added Mark Williams last night, which they desperately need just a rock-solid center, obviously, after leaving Anthony Davis. And even when they had Anthony Davis, they're 27th in opponent points allowed in the paint, and they're the 4th worst rebounding team in the NBA. So they desperately already needed kind of a defensive bump in their front court, and you're going to get that in Mark Williams. Now, he's not the most healthy player, but, guys have a tend to, when they get to LA, somehow find the fountain of youth because, it's LA. That whole trade is just still to this day, I wake up in the morning and I go, Luka is a Laker. And I think how? Like, I had a friend that is a diehard Laker fan, and we talked Friday, and he works in sports as well. And I go, there's just really not a move left for LA to make. Like, you guys just have to really deal with what you got, keep building through the draft. Like, you guys just don't have enough assets to get anything going. And then he texted me after the trade, and all he said is, Lakers always win. And it hurt me to my core so badly, and I wanted to hit him in the face, but I love the kid, so I didn't. That all being said, look, I hated the move for the Mavs. I don't believe in that when people think they're still a contender in the West, that they still think that they could maybe win the West. I think that's completely false. You're going to have to lean a lot on a Kyrie Irving who didn't show up for you in the NBA Finals last season, who was, historically can be very up and down. Kyrie's been acting very good in Dallas. What if he acts up now? What if he suddenly decides, you know what? I don't like the move you just made. I don't like losing one of the top 5 best players in the NBA currently. Now my attitude's going to get turned up. Now, I'm not going to play as well on the floor. I'm not going to bond as well with my teammates. That could very much happen. It's Kyrie Irving. We've seen that movie before. Then you rely on Anthony Davis, who's not very healthy, and he's going to lead you in that front court action. See you later. That's not going to work out for you. On the Lakers side, the whole LeBron and Luka, there's only one ball. There's never been probably a guy more happy to have Luka on his team to cut off ball, to take possessions off because he's older than LeBron James. That's perfect for him, I think. And Luka adds 3-point shooting, which the Lakers desperately need as well. I think that's the most perfect marriage of all time. You can have LeBron take off possession after possession, just have Luka do his thing, and then LeBron can help on the defensive side of the floor with the undersize that you kind of have. So I think it's a perfect marriage. The Lakers are set for the next decade on what they want to do. The Lakers always win. And you're going to get Luka on a revenge tour, man. You don't think that he's standing next to LeBron, who's the fountain of youth, and he's not going to take a little sip of what he's drinking? Sure. Go ahead, believe that. People call Luka fat now. I guarantee you in 3 years, he's going to have the craziest transformation of all time. It's going to look like Dana White did when he listened to some crazy guy and probably took a bunch of steroids.
Buddy, I think Luka Doncic is going to be that in 3 months. Honestly, like by playoff time, Luka Doncic is going to be that way. If for no other reason than the Luka Doncic Dallas Revenge Tour is going to be an absolute heater. By the way, the Dallas Mavericks, I'm going to go ahead and call the shot now. They will never beat Los Angeles in a single game as long as Luka's there. They're just never going to beat
as long as he's playing. Yeah,
Yep.
no. If he's hurt,
Yep.
maybe, but I agree with you. And I'm going to bet his prop every time he plays.
Every
Dallas.
time. Every time. I completely agree. Any other trades? I got to tell you, Jimmy Buckets over to the Golden State Warriors. I adore this. I think, Steph, I don't have the number to back this up. It's just the eyeball test, which I don't like to lean on, but here we are. I think Steph Curry, in terms of threes, I think has probably put up more contested threes this year than in the rest of his career combined to date, because teams aren't afraid really of anybody else, so they can kind of close out on Steph. Adding Jimmy Buckets, even if he is only great in the playoffs, forces, I think, other teams to lay off of Steph to kind of balance the defense back out a little bit. I think you're about to see a 3-point surge coming from Steph Curry. I don't necessarily think that this moves the Dubs into the favorite in the conference, but I do think they're a better team today than they were, even with the subtractions in order to add Jimmy Buckets.
The subtractions is a key thing for me, because we've heard the Warriors say over and over again they don't want to sacrifice their future to win right now. In that trade, they really didn't do that, man. Like, you gave away like old veteran players that you're just pretty much offloading contracts. And then you gave just this year's first round pick. But you kept TJD, you kept Jonathan, you kept Brandon. Like, you kept a core of guys that you drafted and that they turn out to be pretty good role players for you. And then maybe, 2 to 3 years from now can be your next star players. As a fan, like if I was a Warriors fan, I would love the move. You get an aging Jimmy Butler. What if he has one more left in the tank, one more last sprint, one more last run, and you pair him with Curry and Draymond, and you just kind of see what happens, right? I like it for him, respect to that. Now, I think Jimmy Butler's getting absolutely insanely overpaid for $121 million at that age. But, get your bag and do what you got to do. As a fan, I love the move. As a bettor, I wouldn't run to the bank to bet anything. You kind of mentioned Curry. His effective field goal percentage is actually his worst since 2019. It's taken a pretty massive dip. And I think that's just because of age. And, a lot of miles on him. A lot of runs. He also was very active this summer, too. He played in Team USA. Like, he's just an older guy, and you can't really lean on him. And Jimmy Butler can help with that. Injuries are the biggest weakness, and the West is really tough. But, hey, your team got better. You can compete a little bit better. And you still have your young core that you can continue to develop. I think it was a very, very solid and smart move by Golden State.
I completely concur. Hayden as Mario Heron from the BetQL Network joining us here on the Rob Brown Show and the Fan Upstate. All right, man, let's tune it over here for the last couple of minutes into Super Bowl licks down in New Orleans, Louisiana. The Eagles, the Chiefs going for the three-peat. The Eagles trying not to become the answer to a trivia question at bar trivia night sometime down the line. Look, I gave 6 keys to this game earlier in the show. To me, both teams run defense. If Kareem Hunt finishes off the revenge tour, the redemption tour he's been on, Philly's in trouble. If Saquon Barkley does Saquon Barkley things and hit his over number, the Kansas City Chiefs are in trouble. There's a few others I threw out there, but instead of giving them to you, give me yours. 1 or 2 things that you think make the difference in this game.
So I think you nailed on the head with the Barkley and the run game. You have to he's such a good player. I think shutting him down completely is not really an option, but you have to slow him down. Instead of him running for 120 yards, what if you just kept him to 100? That's pretty big jump for that level of a player with the way he's been playing. I think the Chiefs have to do that in order to win the game. On the Eagles side, I think you have to stuff the box and you just have to force the wide receivers to get open. That's what I would do. Travis Kelce can find any hole in his own, but those receivers aren't that talented, right? Like the receiving core for the Chiefs is nothing to run home about, but Andy Reid can just scheme them open. Make those guys do that themselves. I think they're going to be in a pretty good spot. I think another key is take care of the football. Both teams are so talented and are so good at turning over the ball, and as soon as you do that, they take advantage of it right away. They jump on you, and then it's very hard to get out of that hole. And I think the other key for both teams, jump out to an early lead. I think this is bigger and more important for the Eagles. Very hard to chase points against Patrick Mahomes because usually when you're chasing points, that means the other team has the ball after you scored to tie the game. I don't know about you guys, but I would really, really not want to be on the side of Mahomes with the ball with about 1 minute left and 2 timeouts or 1 timeout. I'd be all set on that. That's game, set, match, Chiefs win. So I think that's gotta be a big key for the Eagles in that one. Because of that, too, I like no QB to throw an interception. I don't see Patrick Mahomes or Jalen Hurts getting really dicey with the football, right? And you get that plus 140. I think that's a very, very solid bet and smart play. These are two guys that show up in very big moments. And if they don't like what they see, they go off and they run. They don't, force something downfield. That's why I also like Patrick Mahomes rushing yards too, by the way. I love that thing. I'm going to make out with it probably after this show. It's one of my favorite bets of the day. I also look at Jake Elliott too. I'm trying to find more props for him to, miss some kicks. I think that guy's going to really buck
plus
out.
5.
That's another thing.
Plus 550 for a doink, by the way. Take it.
Since both of you guys are betting guys, is there something out there about a trick play going bad? Because there's always a trick play pulled out in the Super Bowl.
I mean, if you looked hard at some overseas books, you could probably find one somewhere. But it's kind of hard because that's one of those things that you'd have to define to me, like what's bad: a trick play for negative yardage, trick play for a turnover,
a trick play for a turnover.
I was about to say maybe something along that caliber. Is Rob, did you say this? It was like a anytime touchdown score for someone that's 300 plus. So it's like pretty much a lineman.
Yeah, I was looking at the potential for either Jalen Carter or Chris Jones to potentially have an ATD because both of those guys are going to blow up the pocket. And if either one of these teams ends up stuck on the one coming out, Jalen Carter and Chris Jones become absolute dogs in that spot. And those are going to be like 9-1 plus or longer, but I don't know that I'm going to pull the trigger. Here is the one that I did want to ask you about. Over under numbers at 48.5, opened at 49. It's come down a full point since we talked about it last Tuesday. Look, if you're an over better, grab it now because I do think the total on Sunday when the casuals get involved is going to push that thing up to at least back to 49.5, maybe a full 2 points up to 50.5. Is this a high-scoring game, or are you? Because I'm riding both defenses are top 5 in the league, and I think they're going to show that on Sunday. Are you an over guy or an under guy, and why?
Under. I'm probably going to bet that literally as they're putting the football on the field. I mean, they're putting it down the kick. That's probably when I'm going to bet it. Look, both these defenses are top red zone defenses. They're all year they're top 10 in points allowed. And they're going to show that. And look at the defensive minds in this game. Vic Fangio and Spagnuolo. Both of those guys, if you asked anyone in the NFL who are the best defensive coordinators in football, those two guys would come up right away, right? I think they're going to go all out, and they're going to be killer in this game. And also on the flip side of that, I think how the Eagles win this game and kind of like their script is you obviously have to run the football, and you really want to establish it. When you run the football, that clock tick, 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 tick. It ticks down. And I think an under game is kind of what the Eagles would almost prefer in a way. So, again, I think Chiefs win the game, but I do think it's going to be a lower scoring game. I think it's going to be not a shootout at all. I'd be surprised if it was, to be honest with you, just because of how talented these defenses are. So, I lean under big time in this game.
All right, right before we let you go, final score.
I am going to go 2017. Kansas City Chiefs pull off the 3-peat.
There it is. Three-peat called for by Hayton Ass Mario from the BetQL Network, executive producer of BetMGM tonight, which you can hear every weeknight right here on this and fine Odyssey stations nationwide. My guy, good to talk to you. We'll do it again next week. We'll recap, and we will see how, by the way, De'Aaron Fox and Victor Wembanyama are going to be terrifying for a long time.
Oh, my God. Watching that game last night, I was like, this is
Told
so
you.
fun to watch.
Told you.
It's so fun.
Told you. Pops had a smile on his face. I'm not used to that this year. That's Hayton Ass Mario. Fight Club is next on the Rob Brown Show in the Fan Upstate.
God, I'm jealous.
That's my bad. I gave you no warning on that.
Nothing's working.
No
I quit.
warning on that at
I
all.
quit.
Mario, I got to tell you, I was sitting at the house last night, and my buddy Joe, who lives here, but he works a couple of days a week in Atlanta, he texted me, and he's like, yo, AEW is in town, and the Spurs are in town playing the Hawks. What do I go to? And I was like, yo, De'Aaron Fox is making his debut with Wemby. Like, I think that might be scary. I'd probably go watch that. And he did. It got to be about 4:00 in the afternoon yesterday. Atlanta, from my front door to State Farm Arena, is about 2 hours and 15 minutes. I was this close to buying a ticket and driving over to go watch it because those two are going to be a menace.
Dude, it's gonna be a problem. They are gonna be so good.
I think
What
if they end up finding like a genuine power forward to play in between them, that Spurs team is going to go from bad to good real fast.
Insanely fast. I probably think not this year, but next year. I bet they're a top 3.
I agree. I'll tell you this though, don't color me shocked if the Spurs are in that final wild card spot.
Oh, the play-in spot?
Yeah.
I think the Suns have been struggling, but I think they're going to take a massive step back. And I think the Mavs are going to too. And I think
the Mavs are going to stink.
Yeah.
The Mavs are going to stink. They're going to get their 3 weeks of Anthony Davis before he goes back into street clothes, and they're going to fall off. D-Book is hot. I do like the Suns a lot with Devin Booker playing the way he's playing. I think the Spurs, like last week of the season, are going to knock somebody out of a play-in spot.
Yeah. And also, I mean, we've seen Wemby's not shy at the moment. And that's
No, not at all.
scarier.
That dude's got guts for a rook.
Dude. I mean, what game was I think I was watching on Monday night. His defense, like, it was the laziest defense I've ever seen. And he had 2 blocks in the one possession. Like, he was just not even trying to hedge guys. He was just trailing everyone. I was like, this is terrible defense.
Because he can block your shot from 2 feet behind you. Like,
yeah. It's the most frustrating thing. I was like, what?
The scary part is he doesn't have to foul even if you face him up. He just goes up. Like, it's unreal. He plays defense like Mahomes runs. You watch it and you're like, how is this successful? It just is.
Yeah. And it's got to be frustrating as a guard because when you have him on your hip and you're like, oh, he's on my hip, I can lean into him, create separation, put up the shot, maybe draw a foul. And it's like, you can't even do that.
Nope.
Like,
There's not a move that works on Wemby except go through his chest and hope he slides a foot and you get a block. That's it.
Yeah.
That's all you can do.
That's all you can do. It's all you can pray for.
All right, big dog. Nice job today. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, guys. See ya.
See you next week, pal. Oh, hating ass Mario. What a guy. What a fella. James said 38-0 Chiefs. Have the Chiefs scored 30 points this year?
Yeah. I forget against who. I think it was like in the middle of the season. Pretty sure.
You scored 32. Nope. Wait, hang on.
Maybe not.
I don't
yeah,
think
38 against. No, actually,
you scored 30 against Tampa Bay. You scored 30 against Carolina, and you scored 38. Nope, you let the Broncos score 30. I forgot that was the.
Yeah, I did the same thing. I was like, hey, there's the.
that doesn't make sense. So you did it twice, both times against NFC South teams. So middle schools.
Well, Super Bowl is amped up. When things go wrong, they really go wrong.
Oh, for sure.
So, I mean, we'll see. Got to head out tonight, get the wings. Don't care if they're flats. We've already had a discussion. I've tested the new air fryer. Didn't retire the old one. So we got 2 air fryers.
You got options.
Yeah. So, well, no, I mean, so you can cook one thing in one and have that. I can go like 4 sets of wings going if I want.
Will the old one get a send off post big
Oh, we're
game
using
TM?
that till hopefully not till it catches on fire because I don't want that to happen. We'll use it till it no longer works.
So you'll have 2 air fryers?
Why not?
I mean, I'm good with me. I use mine almost every day.
I do use mine every day. I'm still using the old one, but I'm making chicken in the new one and making all the, fries and cheese sticks and all that stuff in the other one. So everything will be hot and done at the same time and be cold within 5 to 6 minutes. Welcome into the Fight Club, where we talk all things squared circle, octagon, Walmart parking lot, or cubicle fracas. So, if there's something going on downstairs in the cube, we'll be down there. We will be monitoring. We will go live, and we will do excellent play-by-play and color. I guess Rob would have to do the play-by-play because he has more experience, and I would probably enjoy the fight downstairs more than he would. So being able to comment on it would be a lot more fun. So anyway, look
damn
at
it.
you! Wow,
2 in a day?
No, 2.5. I mean, because you cut yourself off. That should count.
Well, then it's 1.5. In a
Okay.
day.
Well, no, that's 2.5. In a day.
In
Yeah,
a
you're
day.
right. You're right. We still got time. You could do another one.
I
before
will
it's over.
tell you, and for me, and I know that this is true in wrestling because I did it for a local indie company for a month and a half down in Florida before I moved. Color commentary is more fun.
Oh, for sure.
You get to cut loose. It's more fun. Play-by-play obviously kind of makes you the front man. Color commentary is more fun.
All right, maybe we trade off during the fracas. I doubt it would last very long, depending on who's fighting downstairs. If it's a girl fight, we probably got time. Yeah, because girl fights last longer. A guy fight, couple punches nailed, and they're well dressed downstairs.
Oh no, dude. There's 2 or 3 downstairs.
There's a couple guys who got reach.
Yeah, a couple guys downstairs. I think would end fights sooner than
do
we'd
they
like
fight
them to.
like basketball players though? I don't know because they're both really, really tall. The 2 guys I'm thinking of, do they throw down?
I don't know. I think. Listen, I think there's only one way to learn how to fight, and that's to fight. I mean, that's just it's one of those things that you can only learn via experience.
Says the guy who's never fought. So.
I've never been in a street fight. I have boxed.
Okay.
I have been in the ring with the greatest pound for pounder of all time. I promise you that if it was just like generic movie bar fight, I'm holding my own.
Good.
If only because I know how to actually throw a proper punch. Now, is the minute somebody gets a hand on my collar and pulls me into the clinch, I'm in trouble because I've never done Muay Thai or jiu-jitsu or any of that. But if this is something where I can kind of like circle, keep range, work a jab, I promise you I'm holding my own because of the science of the sport.
Well, fight downstairs probably would involve staplers and paper clips and things like that. So, which would be, again, a lot of fun to watch. Possibility of debris heading your way, but you get the same thing if you're at a WWE event where there's a lot of no holds barred fights. Speaking of a no holds barred fight or an octagon fight, a fight that's probably never going to happen. We talked about this a little bit with Mario earlier. John Jones is supposed to make an announcement sometime in the next couple hours. All right, he threw something up on X last night saying he would make an announcement about his future today. And we are going to find out. There's speculation that he retires rather than fight Tom Aspinall. But Dana White had said before that he believes that he could get the right kind of money to get him to take the fight. What do you think? You think he's going to take the fight, or you think he retires?
I mean, honestly, I don't know. I could see it go in either direction. I could see him stepping away, and because I wonder if he thinks he's at the point now where if he gets slept in a fight like this again, because the last couple of fights he's been in haven't really been against the guys that we have wanted him in the octagon.
I don't know. I wanted to see him fight Stipe, but Stipe looked like a paycheck for Stipe.
Yeah, I mean, Stipe at that point.
He's like, okay, yeah, pay me. That's what it looked like.
He did the fight you and I wanted to see 7 years ago, right? Like 7 years ago, we wanted that fight. And John Jones has held up better than most fighters for that long. Stipe, as much as we love Stipe Miocic, it just ain't, he didn't. And so that was kind of it. I could see John Jones doing either. I could see him going, I've had my fun. It's been a run. And, I'm going to hand it off to the generation upcoming. I could also see John Jones getting into his ego a little bit, being told, especially afterwards, that you're not retiring. You're just permanently ducking a fight you could lose, and getting into his head a little bit. The other angle of this is I genuinely don't know that I care what John Jones does anymore.
See, that's the thing for me. I haven't bought a pay-per-view in a while. The last one I bought was for John Jones because I wanted to see him lose. So the part of me that wants to see him lose hopes he doesn't retire so I can dish out the $70 or whatever it is to maybe get one last shot of him.
Taking one last shot?
Yeah, of him tarnishing his legacy within the octagon. He's already done it outside. I don't think he retires. I think the money is right because I want him to retire. I don't think he retires. I think he takes this fight. I do.
Honestly, like I said, I really don't know that I care. I don't know that I'm throwing the 70 spot at John Jones, but I will tell you that I know of a couple of local watering holes that show UFC cards, and let me put it this way. I don't know that I'm going out of my way for it. I do know that if the fellas called and said, yo, we're going to hit up, local drinking hole A, and they got the fight on, I would go.
Here's what they'll do, and they did this last time too, but they'll do it again. They will stack that card because win or lose, he's probably done.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
Yeah, so your chance to watch him win or lose, a lot of people are going to pay that money. But who knows? Maybe he just comes out and retires.
I could see them, if nothing else, I could see them billing this as, the last time to see the kid.
Yeah. Yeah. And which would be a good move, and it will get some more buys. All right. Royal Rumble happened last week. We only touched on it a little bit during the week because it is Super Bowl week. So a little more
What
time.
Super Bowl is it?
Yeah. Licks. Apparently.
Yeah.
Yeah. It just sounds nasty.
Way to buy into the bit.
Yeah. Anyway, I'm a team player. Royal Rumble recap. The men. All right, first, here's some observations. First of all, no Kofi.
No Kofi.
And they played it well. They played it well. They played it into their new heel persona. The fact that the WWE as a whole is being disrespectful to all that they've done, not allowing Kofi. And Kofi it's not a direct quote, but it's basically what he said in his X post about not being in the Royal Rumble, which was pretty good. It really was. I hate that he wasn't in there because it's one of the things you look forward to, but you also got to look at the last couple. He missed each time on the things that he was trying to do.
Yeah.
And instead, Logan Paul did it this time, which was not that amazing compared to the stuff that Kofi did, but he did jump onto the announce desk and then made his way back. And again, a guy who's gotten into wrestling late. Also, the Speed thing, we talked about it earlier. Speed got tore to pieces. That guy's been in a couple matches and he always gets hurt. I hope he gets paid a lot. It's not really a match. And this wasn't a match. You go into the Royal Rumble and how much money would you take, Rob Brown, to get speared like that from Braun Breaker?
I don't know, but it better cover the friggin' hospital bills. So here's the thing. Speed is a YouTube streamer and apparently is making millions of dollars per year by just streaming. He just goes places and lives his life and puts it on YouTube. And I don't know what it is about this kid that makes him so compelling. I'm not here to judge. Again, I watch like 6 hours of professional wrestling a week. I'm not here to judge anybody's entertainment style, except the youth. You're dumb. Stop watching this. I don't know what it is about this kid. What I do know is he gets millions of views on his stream and he makes millions of dollars for it. This is one of those things that regardless of what WWE was willing to pay him to go in there and take one of the most brutal spears we have seen in a very long time, He threw it up on his social media. He's gotten something to the tune of like 25 plus million views.
It's
dude,
more than that now, by the way.
Whatever it is, this dude is going to make more money from his audience taking this bump than WWE was going to pay him. That was an investment, and it's going to pay off for the kid. I'm not mad at him. I can't hate at him. He figured a formula. It works. Get the player, get the bag. Hate the game, not the player, whatever. I would rather watch Speed take that bump 500 times than ever see Logan Paul in a wrestling ring.
All right. The Rumble started out with Chad Gable surrounded by Lucha Libre.
That was so awesome.
Yeah, it was really good.
That was really good.
There are so many stories within this, which this is the beginning of WrestleMania season, and this is when you do this. But just starting it off that way was great. And also the way they did that is the end of the Rumble was so heavy with ex-champions. It's like the first time in forever, or maybe the most ex-champions coming in succession and being left in the ring, which was really, really cool. Also, Joe Hendry, I believe, Rob believed, you believed, Joe Hendry was in there, and the fact that Sheamus was a fan and he's been excellent about it. And also, Jacob Fatu. Jacob Fatu, so good.
Credit to the bookers in this match. It got to the final 8. I had no idea. Honestly, got to the final 8, and I'm like, okay, I can see McIntyre winning. I can see Punk winning. I can see Seth winning. I can see Roman winning it. The only one I couldn't see winning it was Logan Paul. But he had the moment where he eliminated Punk, and it's like, maybe they're going to swerve the crap out of us.
That made you
here.
really angry, and I was really excited.
Made me very angry
I was
because
excited about that.
Logan Paul.
I don't care about Logan Paul, but I don't like CM Punk. So watching him being eliminated,
I
was
will
great.
take the wrestling bad guy who I don't like his career decisions before I take actual bad human being Logan Paul, who is an actually bad human being.
I know you've said that many times.
And spoiler alert, I'm going to say it again. I thought they did a fantastic job. It was the first Rumble in a while that it wasn't just like, well, I think that guy's going to win, but like maybe that guy or that guy. There were 8 people in the ring, and I'm like, any one of these guys could end up being the winner, and they still pulled the rug out from underneath.
They did, beneath a lot of people, and a lot of the loud people on the internet very angry about Jey Uso winning. And then I like all the replies by a bunch of people like, did you watch Monday Night Raw? Did you see the crowd response? Some people are saying it's bigger than the Yes Movement. I know that offends you probably.
Well, it's not true.
But I agree with it. It's bigger than the Yes Movement and with a more likable person.
And also no.
Yeah, for sure. And definitely taller.
Prime.
There, you can't deny that.
No, I can't deny that.
There.
Prime face Daniel Bryan going up against the Authority was a place where, and again, wrestling is at its best when you can insert yourself into a story. You can go, I see that, I feel that. Prime anti-authority, Yes Movement, Daniel Bryan was the most organically white-hot superstar, I argue, maybe of my entire lifetime. But that being said, the internet wrestling community sometimes has to be reminded that while you are a large faction of fans, you are a minuscule faction over all of wrestling fans. And whether, we talked about this last week going into the Rumble, whether it is Jey Uso that is over, or whether it is just the yeet that is over, the entrance, the ability to participate, because fans love to participate. We've had plenty of wrestlers come in here and go, listen, there's nothing fans love more than getting themselves over, right? Whether it's Jey or the entrance or yeet or whatever, what matters is that there was, if you go back and watch that show, there was one point in the entire pay-per-view where they backed out and showed the entire building, and it was while everybody was yeeting all over the place. Maggle. The only other like wide shots you got were Charlotte when she won, and it was a dead crowd. You got Alexa Bliss's pop for the return. It was alive for that, but they really just kind of showed the ramp of the people around it. The only full stadium view that you got was during Jey Uso's Royal Rumble victory celebration, and the entire place was unglued participating in it. All of that being said, boy, howdy, am I excited to watch Sami Zayn the next couple of months.
Okay, a couple more things real quick. I don't know if you saw Raw.
I have seen all. Yes, I finished it. Yes.
So you know that KO.
Yep.
Did was it the basket pile driver? I forget what it's called.
The package pile driver.
Yeah.
He did it to Sammy, and Sammy was out cold after a handshake from CM Punk after another loss to Punk, which is going to again be interesting because I think it's the season of self-doubt of Sami Zayn, and then to get dropped on his neck like that by Kevin. There's your WrestleMania matchup. I want one thing, Lonzo. I want KO in the ring. I want the lights to go out. I want the lights to come back on, and the El Generico mask is in the ring. It's all I want.
Never going to happen.
I want El Generico.
The John Cena
promo
afterwards was excellent. Never seen him do a promo like that, really.
Concurred.
Yeah, and it was good. Really quick, because we always run a little bit late on this. Not to sell the women short, I thought that was great. I love Jordan Grace. Knew she was going to be in it. And her doing what she did to Piper.
Oh, dude.
That was
Joe
fun.
and I stopped. We were like, what? She's a beast.
She is.
She's a beast.
We'll see what she does.
And she's entertaining.
She is. By the way, you know who was not entertaining for me? Nikki Bella and Trish Stratus. It's like I think maybe some people fell through and they had to grasp and get some other people in there. And that's who.
I don't mind. Well, so there's a thing going around right now that originally Shotzi Blackheart was scheduled to be in the Rumble, and they took her spot away for Nikki Bella. And I don't know if that's going to end up being an angle or if that's legitimate or not. There was no reason for Nikki Bella to be in there. I don't mind Trish. I think Trish has gotten.
See, I heard the same thing, but it was Alexa Bliss that they replaced.
Maybe that one too. I mean, it could be any. I will say very simply that I think that ultimately you end up in a spot where Trish has reached the highest echelon of superstar fandom, like stone cold levels of do whatever they want to do. They've earned that. We'll see. All right, that's it. We'll come back. We'll wrap this show up next on the Rob Brown Show in the Fan Upstate.
The music dropping out threw you off.
It did.
I know it did. You thought it was ending. It's like, oh no, I did it again. We usually don't make it that far. It cuts off, then it jumps back in. So. If you haven't seen it, Ricochet took a killer bump last night.
Did he? I haven't watched last night.
I watched it this morning. It's I don't know how he moved after that. I mean, Shotzi's okay, but there's nothing wrong with being a mid-carder. Because some people have to be, and that's all she is. Speaking of Chase U, Duke Hudson got released.
I thought I saw that.
Yeah.
And I don't like it.
That's another thing. If you're a guy in a storyline like that or a faction, and then that faction or that storyline goes away, you got to be afraid.
Yeah.
It's like, oh crap, I'm done.
I also miss Chase U. Chase U won me over.
I was so close to getting one of those shirts, and I never did.
Chase U won me over down the line.
I am getting the Samoan Werewolf shirt.
Honestly,
the Samoan Werewolf shirts are sweet.
The only thing I didn't like about Chase U was Andre Chase. Like,
He came in with that gimmick, though, when they introduced all those guys.
I like the gimmick. I just didn't. He was very. I don't know what the word I'm.
His acting isn't natural. It's stiff.
It's just always
there's a
bad
couple
act.
people
Yeah.
that their promos are so.
And it never got better. I think was it for me.
That their promos are so stiff, and the wrestling isn't exceptional to make you overlook that.
Right.
I mean, because his wrestling was good, not great, and then that always messed with me too.
His acting just wasn't good, and at a point in time where that show is filled with people who are very good at both aspects, it kind of took away from it.
Playoff time tonight, and Silver is nervous. I'm like, you don't need to be nervous. Just go out and play that kind of defense that you played last week.
Still basketball, baby.
Let's get out there and smother. Didn't say that because she doesn't know what that means, but still, that's what she was doing.
Be the glove.
And hopefully none of those people were listeners to the show, because if they are, when I walk in tonight, they're going to...
I heard you was talking bleep, bud. Well, don't act bleep, and I won't talk bleep.
I'll tell you what, if you be quiet tonight, I won't say a word about you.
You earned your airtime.
How about that? Wow, I didn't name no names.
I did a segment earlier this morning where astrophysicist Neil deGrasse Tyson broke down.
You did that segment. Great for you.
Thank
doing
you.
That segment.
Thank you. I understand.
See, you're trying to leave me out of this segment because I caused problems.
Correct.
Fine.
Correct.
Fine. You're editing me out of the segment.
Only because all you did was trash talk astrophysicist Neil deGrasse Tyson, who was just trying to inject a little information and education into football.
What was that nerd show that was very popular that everyone watched but we didn't?
Sports Science?
No, I'm
The
talking
nerd
about
show.
the comedy show.
Big Bang Theory?
Yeah. You just did like an episode of Big Bang
No,
Theory.
I did not.
You did.
See, Big Bang Theory is a show.
You might as well declare your love for Will Wheaton.
Big Bang Theory is a show for dumb people about smart people. Okay? It's what if we take smart people, but we make a show for dumb people. Neil deGrasse Tyson is for smart people and talks about things for smart people, like when he broke down the tush push.
I'm asking you today, can we figure out a way to stop the Eagles at the goal line?
The Eagles have the advantage because they're hiking. And so the Eagles get like a quarter-second head start in momentum transfer. They are using Earth as a launch point for their movement. Force equals the mass
times acceleration.
Times the acceleration. And what that means is the bigger the mass, the bigger the force you will need to create the acceleration. The guys who are connected to the Earth, their mass includes that of the Earth.
Is there any way to stop the tush push? Dr. Tyson, your conclusion.
I'm happy to chalk this up as another inevitable consequence of the laws of physics manifest in this universe.
I talk real slow for the simple people because I believe I'm smarter and better than they are.
No.
So if I talk real slow, maybe they will understand.
Dr. Neil deGrasse Tyson did a show. It was a revamp of the show Cosmos from back in the day that Carl Sagan did. Another one of my heroes, my idols, did a remake of the show called Cosmos. And what you will find out about Neil deGrasse Tyson is that as much as he is an astrophysicist, a scientist who's on the cutting edge of our understandings of the physics of the universe, both at a macro and a quantum level, which I think beyond fascinating, on top of that, he's an entertainer, because here's the reality about America in 2024. You want people to learn stuff, you got to entertain them with it. You got to entertain. Think back to your favorite teachers in middle school and high school, not the ones that were throwing desks at you, but the ones who actually made you want to learn things. Those teachers.
By the way, those teachers did make me want to learn things because
so that
you know
they
why?
didn't throw a desk at you.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
But your favorite teachers were the teachers who entertained you while they were educating you. They made it fun. They made it interesting. They made it different or whatever. Neil deGrasse Tyson has stepped into a role that has been filled in years gone by people like Bill Nye and Carl Sagan and others who made science entertaining. So you didn't just sit in a classroom with a teacher who went, force equals mass times acceleration. But they actually showed you what that means, right? They showed you how it works.
I
And
can
that's
literally
fantastic.
see the ghost
So,
of Ray over your shoulder right
I
now.
don't care. I don't care. Unrest in peace, Ray. You'll have to deal with it. Haunt somebody else. The reason Dr. Neil deGrasse Tyson finishes like that is because he speaks as an entertainer. He wants to make it dramatic. And even though it is a crossover with football, it is something that if you are fascinated, as I am by this stuff, you find it entertaining. And when Dr. Neil deGrasse Tyson effectively says, going into the Super Bowl, you can't stop the tush push. The laws of physics basically prevent you from stopping the tush push. I said this last week. There's one way to stop the tush push, and it's the Eagles messing up. There's nothing as a defense you can do to stop the brotherly shove.
Yeah, there is. There is. Never let that offense get in a position.
That's not
where they're
stopping the tush
4th and 1 or
push.
4th and 2.
That's just not letting them run it.
Right,
There's a difference.
Which is in effect stopping it. So you're stopping it by not allowing them to use it.
Semantics argument. No, you're not stopping it. They're just not using it to be stopped.
It's a method to stopping the unstoppable.
It is a method to stopping first downs for sure. But blah, 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 blah. The point here is Dr. Neil deGrasse Tyson just took what I think is a very interesting lesson in physics and how they work and the concepts of force and vectors and mass and all that and summed it up before the biggest football game of the year in football terms. And I find it beyond fascinating. Neil deGrasse Tyson was doing quite the opposite of going, I'm trying to talk slow for the dumb people. Quite the opposite. What he was doing was trying to get the people who maybe don't care or never learn or don't want to learn about how physics translates to sports, which is massively important, and make it interesting, compelling in a way that you don't have to sit through a friggin' Harvard lecture to get it. You can just understand it at its simplest form, and I think we need more of that.
I will bring this up again when you're speaking to the casuals.
Rob Brown Show presents Twitter.
We just got a text that said, love you, Rob, but shut up, nerd. That's fair. That's fair.
All right. Time to find out what the X is going on. Rob will know because I will tell him and he will just automatically know. He won't have to look it up. He won't have to. He just knows these things. The first thing that's Xing is Austin Reeves.
Austin Reeves Xing. I don't believe Austin Reeves has been traded unless that happened this morning. But my assumption here is with Dalton Connect heading out of LA on his way to Charlotte. My bet is the conversation is how Austin Reeves now fits into this lineup, who has been a stalwart for the Lakers the last couple of years in kind of a half starter, half reserve role, but also plays a very similar game to Luka Doncic, meaning he's likely going to see less time moving forward. Does he become a trade piece before the 3 o'clock deadline?
By the way, first of all, I don't believe that he doesn't compliment Luka. I think he will be on the court at the same time. No, the reason why he is Xing is there's video out there of LeBron and Luka and Austin Reeves out beyond the 3-point, just shooting.
I'm here for it.
And it looks formidable because Austin Reeves is a spark plug. He is unexpectedly, I think, to a lot of people, really good.
He is. I'll tell you this, though. If I was Charlotte, I think I'd have asked for Austin Reeves before Dalton Connect. And I love Dalton Connect. I think I'd have said, I'll tell you what, Austin Reed, a first and a pick swap, and we'll call it good. Austin Reeves, pardon me.
Yeah, because Austin Reed, that's a different guy. All right, the next thing that is Xing is Eli Manning.
Eli Manning has been down at the Super Bowl on Radio Row. I did see, I don't know if this is why, but they were doing a gathering of the Giants who beat the undefeated Patriots, kept them from being the only undefeated one. And one of his offensive linemen was like, yo, tell me what happened on that Tyree catch. And he looks his offensive lineman in the line. He's like, before we do anything else, I would like to say, what the hell were you doing not blocking? Like he was chastising his old OL. That being said, I don't know why.
All right. He is Xing because tonight is the NFL Honors. And
that's right.
Also at the NFL Honors, they will announce who is going into the Hall of Fame. And a lot of people up in arms saying that Eli Manning doesn't belong there.
Yeah, Eli Manning is one of the more, let's say, contentious Hall of Fame prospects of the last couple of years. But my guy got 2 rings. He was in charge of the Giants. Look at what's happened with them since he left. Like, I honestly say Eli goes in great one, but I'm also going to say he goes in as a fringe. He's not going to be like one of those guys that we look at and go, yeah,
so
he's on all-timer.
He's first ballot.
I think he's going to be first ballot. Yeah. I do.
I think he is too. I don't think he should be. But although you would say by my standards, he should be because he won 2 Super Bowls.
Correct.
But he threw a ton of interceptions. He got benched. There was just a lot of, he decided I'm not going to play there. There's a lot of things that I think factor into why he shouldn't be, but he will be.
Wins and losses are a quarterback stat unless Lonzo doesn't like him.
No, that's not.
Okay.
I was using what you say that I say.
That is
but
what you
what you say that I say is not what I say, and I'm not saying what you say that I say. The next thing that's Xing is hashtag we want Drew.
We want Drew trending, I assume, because, and I'm tired of pretending like it's not the case. Drew McIntyre has had this company on his back for 5 years now.
And gets messed over every single time.
Every time. Now, here's the question mark. Was the spot where he got eliminated a genuine accidental elimination, or because the rumor going around is that Drew stormed out after the Rumble mad that somebody went into business for themselves and ended up costing him the elimination. The belief is it's LA Knight, or Logan Paul. Was it a work? Or is this Drew? Because Drew's also been playing the dirt sheeters like a fiddle.
Come on, man. It's a work.
I like Drew McIntyre a lot.
Yeah, for sure. It's a work.
That's it for us, kids. Thanks for being here. Hope you enjoyed the radio program. Tomorrow, we lock in our Super Bowl picks. Be here. Don't drink and drive. I'll punch you in the face. Have a great rest of your day. See you tomorrow to do it all over again, but better on the Rob Brown Show on the Fan Upstate. Later. I really need to freeze myself.
Nah, you're just doing that because of the Neil deGrasse thing. You just get because you know I hate that. I'm glad you haven't found that breath thing, though.
That's why I got to set myself. They're all still in the folder. I just got to transfer them up. I've switched computers.
I can't stand the Gronk thing. I absolutely hate with just about all my being the breath thing. It just, especially with my headphones on, it just really, I don't know why it bothers me.
All right, boys and girls. Big Boss Man Hater of the Year. We need to hand out we need to like a Hater of the Week award.
As long
Submit
as it's
your
not
Hater
here,
of the Week
'cause
winners.
You guys will just automatically vote me Hater of the Week.
No, it can't be a show member. We have a vote too. We need to have 3 votes for Hater of the Year. Alonzo vote, a Rob Brown Show vote, and an audience participation, a text vote, and a live stream vote.
Yeah, but for what? For the
Hater of the Week.
Okay, just so not for the year, just for the week.
Hater for the
tally to find out.
We should do on Fridays Hater of the Week.
Okay.
And let's see who the biggest hater of the week is.
I just wonder what the criteria is.
Being a hater.
Okay.
And I think we do like 3 hours of nominations. The last hour is the vote.
So if we were doing it this week for tomorrow, which we're not, since you're just going, who would you vote as Hater of the Week?
This week's Hater of the Week would be. Who would be this week's?
See, I'm
Hater
just
of the Week?
trying to understand it completely. That's the reason why I'm asking.
See, I just thought about this now. Who would be this week's Hater of the Week? That's good. That's a good call, James. This week's Hater of the Week, Kimberly Fields Esquire, is this week's Hater of the Week for me.
Okay, so it's just because she goes against your.
Hey, it can be any qualification that you want.
All right.
I think we allow.
Well, we know what mine is.
Everyone who's against the Chiefs.
Everyone who's against the Chiefs, right?
The Rob Brown Show broadcaster group text. We kicked Chris Sims out this morning, by the way. And Boomer. They're both out. They got to find somewhere else to go.
Well, again, the narrative died a great deal when Buffalo got beat, because that was more about Buffalo getting in than it was anything else. Now that Buffalo's
Hating ass Mario wins every week. Oh, man. Trey, you're not wrong. I think Mariota actually had a lot to do with it, but I also know that the Eagles 2 off seasons ago actually brought in I want to say the head coach of the New Zealand All Blacks rugby team to teach them how to properly do a scrum. And Other teams have tried to replicate that, but the reality is, in rugby, when there's a scrum, somebody rolls the ball in from the outside. And so everybody has the same start signal. Nobody has the advantage. The rugby scrum works better on a brotherly shove, as both I and Neil deGrasse Tyson have pointed out, because we are big, smart science boys. The reason the Eagles win is because they have that, 0.3 to quarter of a second advantage, knowing when the ball is going to be snapped, and therefore get lower and get to utilize the earth as a platform to generate thrust and forward force and on a lower vector. The defense is almost by default going to be above the offense, which means they can't generate the same amount of force because they don't have the mass in the F equals MA equation. Science. That's it for us. Y'all have a great day. Thanks for being here. Tell your friends about us. We're trying to get famous. Goodbye.